You sure he's there? There he goes. Perfect. It's 7 o'clock, and the Gray Planning Board will come to order. Tonight's meeting, even though it may be the 19th of January, is really the 12th, because we just postponed it from last week. Is Al going to speak first?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm just getting the computer ready for you.
Oh, good, nice. Okay, so, first thing up tonight will be the minutes of the December 8th meeting. Does anybody have any questions? Now, the other thing we want to keep in mind tonight, folks, is our recorder is not here. And because we had to postpone, she has an alternate place to be tonight. So we have to be able to, when people come up to the mic, make sure you speak up, give us your name, and we'll recognize you. And that goes the same way for the board. We've got to speak up so she can understand what we're doing here. So, the minutes from December 8th. John, do you have any alterations?
All set.
Dan?
Just one correction on page 2, about halfway down. Dan Cobb stated that it appears that the DEP has jurisdiction over healthy and safety items. That should read health. Other than that, I'm fine.
Okay. Peter?
I'm fine, Don. Thank you.
And I do not have any omissions or any corrections, so we need a motion to accept.
Motion to accept as written.
Speak up, please.
Motion to accept the December 8th minutes as written and corrected.
Second.
Anybody have any discussion? All in favor? The minutes for December 8th were approved. It was motioned by Mr. John and seconded by Dan. Okay, next thing up, planning board business. We have to elect a new chair and a new vice chair, or a chair and a vice chair, because this is what we do every January. And here's Jason now, no chair. So, the way this will work is we need somebody to make a motion or nominate somebody, not make a motion. Are there any nominations?
For chair,
Yes.
I move that Don Hutchings be nominated for the position of chair of the planning board.
I'll second that.
You don't need one, but anyway. Are there any other nominations? Okay, we need to move the nomination cease.
Move the nomination cease.
All those in favor? Nobody opposed. Okay, second one, we need a motion for the vice chair.
I move Dan Cobb, nominated vice chair.
Okay. Any other motions for vice chair?
I move that nominations cease.
All in favor of Dan Cobb for vice chair? So moved. So, at the end of that, I was elected chair again for another year, and Dan is the vice chair. Okay, is Mr. Markley here, the new code person? Gray has a new code person. We were going to introduce him, but he's not here. Okay. Gray does have a new code person, code enforcement officer. His name's Tom Markley, and I've met him. Nice guy, very personable, and hopefully he'll come next month and introduce himself. Next up will be the review approval of proposed 2012 meeting schedule. Does everybody have that? You guys? Like this.
Don, I move that we approve the schedule as printed.
I'd second that.
Is there any discussion on it? Does everybody like it the way it is, or you want to? No discussion. Okay. All those in favor of accepting this one? Okay. Anybody opposed? The 2012 Planning Board schedule and application deadlines has been approved as presented to us. So that's pretty much the housekeeping stuff, I guess. Okay. Item 4, presentation. Maine Turnpike Authority, represented by Goral Palmer Consulting, Engineers, providing an overview of the MTA plan to remove, replace two buildings, 2,700 and 9,000 square feet, at its facility located at 48 West Gray Road, as shown on tax map 43 in the RRA zoning district.
Good evening. I'm Steve Tart, Director of Engineering and Building Maintenance for the Maine Turnpike Authority. And it's a pleasure to be here tonight to get input from the planning board on our proposed project. We met with staff, we met with Doug Webster, and then the fire chief and the assistant chief last week, and we got some input from them, which we found useful. And again, we look forward to hearing what you have to say tonight about our project. We've got several members of our team here. Al Palmer, who I'm sure you're all familiar with, spends a lot of time in here, I understand. Brian Taddeo, he's an MTA maintenance engineer. And we've got Mike Hayes, our architect, available. So, again, the project is to replace essentially two obsolete buildings with two new structures that will modernize that great facility for us and hopefully see it another 50 years into the future. Al will come up and go through the details of that.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, gentlemen. Al Palmer from Grohl Palmer. The project is a redevelopment project. And what I'm going to do is skip forward to this slide. Route 202 runs across the center portion of that slide. The Maine Turnpike is going up and down, north-south, on the right-hand side of the picture. And you can see both the Maine Turnpike maintenance facility as well as the Maine Turnpike park and ride lot, which is located on the opposite side of Route 202. The existing structures on the site include, closest to the turnpike and closest to Route 202 is the existing office building. Then you have, as you progress along Route 202, you have the existing maintenance building. Then you have the material storage building that looks like the Quonset hut. Then proceeding north, you have again three structures. The first is a material storage building, then a garage building for storage of trucks, a 4-bay garage, and then an 8-bay garage going back towards the turnpike. As Steve indicated, the project is a redevelopment. The existing paint booth, which is within the existing 3-bay maintenance building, will be removed and relocated to the office building structure that's closest to the turnpike. No physical changes to the outside of the existing office structure are proposed, other than incorporations necessary to accommodate the paint shed. The 4,200 square foot existing body shop, which is approximately 40 years old, it was on site prior to the turnpike purchasing the property. It was a garage prior to the turnpike purchasing it, will be demolished. They will also demolish the existing wooden salt shed that's closest to their entrance drive off of the entrance to the bypass. They will construct a 50 by 56 foot material storage building, which will be a new sand shed. The existing sand shed will be converted into a salt shed. And they will construct a new approximately 9,000 square foot structure that will be 6,500 square feet, an 8-bay maintenance structure, and a 2,500 square foot office on the front of that. Still working on the project budget. It may be built as a 6-bay garage with the ability to expand it to 2 additional bays, or they may build the entire 8 bays to begin with. A lot of it will depend on the bidding at the time that the project goes out to bid. In addition, there will be relocation of existing maintenance equipment into the new structure, and then landscaping at the corner of Route 202 and 26A. This plan shows the relocation of the proposed structures. In the center portion of the picture, you can see in brown the new equipment building, the new maintenance building. That's the 9,500 square foot structure. The existing structure is located approximately 25 feet off of the right-of-way for Route 202. This is in the BD district, which requires a 50-foot front setback. The building is being shifted so that it meets the setback along Route 202, which results in a shift of about 26 feet for the structure away from Route 202. As you can see, possibly, the maintenance bays are closest to Route 202. The office, the 2,500 square feet of office, is on the side of the building facing the middle portion of the yard. In the northwest corner of the site is the new material storage building. That's a 50 by 56 building that will replace the existing material storage building. It is being shifted slightly to the west, away from the driveway, to increase the width of the driveway coming down that side. As you can see in the corner along Route 26 and 26A, there's landscaping that is being proposed in that corner. In that area, we have the new subsurface wastewater system for this structure. There's an existing propane tank farm, and we're up against the edge of the existing Quonset hut material storage building. There'll be a landscape berm along the Route 26A bypass side that will incorporate both low shrub vegetation as well as several trees, a variety of different vegetation, so there's both color all year round as well as color and greenery over the winter. So in that corner, we're proposing to enhance the landscaping. As you know, coming from town, that structure sits about 15 feet below the elevation of Route 202. So it was felt that as you approach this building, as you're coming down the bypass, there's an existing stand of trees that you can see behind the Quonset hut that really blocks the view of this building. As you come over the turnpike, you're basically looking at the roof of the structure. As you're coming into town from the west on 202, that's where you really get the view of the building along that side. And that was why we selected that location to do the landscaping and to do the enhancements as part of the project. Mike Hayes is here, who's the project architect. We included a copy of the elevations within your packet. Mike can give you a brief overview of the structure and the architectural elements of the building.
Thanks, Al. Mike Hayes, Grant Hayes Associates, Principal and Project Architect. The proposed new building is a pre-engineered metal structure. The exterior will have beige or light tan, as you can see from the drawing, exterior metal panels as the skin, and the top or the roof will have green or dark green roofing panels, as well as the fascia and soffit for the building. So what you'll have is pretty much a tan exterior on the vertical walls, a green roof. The overhead doors will be white, and they'll include glazing lights in them. The exterior people doors or person doors will be painted green to match the roof. The exterior walls will be approximately 18 feet high. The roof slope will be a 2 and 12 metal roof. There'll be snow guards to protect snow shedding at the overhead doors, and there'll be porticos or canopies protecting the entrances, the people entrances on the exterior of the building. The two gable end walls will also have high bay windows. So from the Route 202 side, that vertical wall will have windows so that it appears very human-friendly from that side. And the The inboard side, which faces the rest of the buildings within the Turnpike facility, will have the same setup. And that's pretty much the exterior of the building.
Okay, thank you very much.
Due to the nature of the Turnpike operation, obviously the winter is a maintenance-intensive time for them. The proposed schedule is to bid the project in the February-March timeframe. Once the Turnpike Authority believes they're done with the majority of plowing for this year, they would start demolition of the structure with the intent of being able to occupy the structure no later than Thanksgiving of this year, so that they're ready for the next plowing season. This year, we were luckily to be plowing on Halloween, but hopefully we're hoping this year that they have until about Thanksgiving. So in the Halloween to Thanksgiving timeframe, they would be moving back into the building. During that time period, all maintenance would be shifted to an off-site location. So the intent is to construct it this summer in one construction season. The couple other points, fuel storage is not done on this site. The Turnpike, all of the Turnpike trucks fuel at what I'll call the Cumberland fueling stations. So there is no fuel storage on this site, and there's no plan to change that. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you very much. It's our understanding that the MTA doesn't even need to come here to the planning board, but we do certainly appreciate that you've done so and that you've given us that opportunity to ask questions. So, with that being said, John, do you have any questions for Mr. Palmer or the MTA?
Nope.
Dan?
I do have one. Just in thinking about the situation of the building, the back of it faces the road, and I just wonder why you selected to have the office facing sort of the center of the parking lot as opposed to either the landscaped entrance where your architect mentioned you get the prominent view of the building, or directly to Route 202.
And again, Mike can add to this. When we call it an office, it's an office, but it is a working office relative to the maintenance and the highway crew. Basically, the two components that you have within that office is the maintenance supervisor and his office needs, and the highway foreman and his needs. Because of the integral nature of that yard, the center portion of the site, that faces the 8-bay and the 4-bay garage, it faces the material storage buildings, their offices need to face into that open space in that center portion so that they're able to observe as plows are coming in, as crews are rotating through the site, and having that view so that they, from their offices, can see out into that yard and see how it's operating. If we flipped the building and had that component facing towards 202, it'd be looking into the bank of 202. So it's really an operational necessity of the nature of the operation within that central portion of the yard, that those supervisors are able to observe that while they're in their office.
I guess I wasn't referring so much to the offices themselves as what would be perceived as the front of the building. So,
The front and the offices are kind of linked together.
okay.
As Mike indicated, they did incorporate the windows along the Route 202 side, again, to break up that facade, give that element along that edge. You do, as you come across the turnpike, you're looking at the roof.
Yeah, and I think the other important thing is the offices face the entrance. You know, the entrance is off the bypass now. And in the past, it was off 202, but now that it's off the bypass, I think that, and along with the operational issues, it just would work better for us to face it the way it is.
All I had.
Peter?
I just wanted to thank Steve and Al for bringing the whole crew out, because you're on cable TV in town, and this is a way to get the word out as to what's going on, so people are gonna know when activity starts. I do have one kind of a landscaping question, Al, and it focuses on why have you simply landscaped in that corner and not carried it along 202 to try to screen, you know, the whole facility a little more thoroughly? Not trying to squeeze you
Yep.
to do more, but I'm just saying, you know, you're making a nice effort to do it on the corner. Why not carry it and try to do something more along 202, is my question.
There's two items, and again, Steve can add to it. The TOA slope is basically along the existing right-of-way. So we have very limited space on site. It's basically all at the lower elevation. The primary factor is the Gray Water District water main, that the original water main, which is still operational, goes under the turnpike on that side and goes along the existing TOA slope. So the area that we have that we could landscape, and we actually looked at that, is sitting over the existing water district's line. As you climb the slope, you then have the 2-to-1 embankment and the guardrail section. So we're very tight for space in that area.
What about the southeast corner, Al, where your right-of-way line jogs in? Could something be done there to try to make more of an effort to screen, if you follow my comment, where it is your property? I don't know about the water line, but again, I'm just trying to think of a way that you could perhaps do a little more landscaping and screen the place a little bit more at the same time.
Yeah, Al actually shot me down because 2 days ago, I got a hold of our counterparts at the DOT to get permission to do some screening on their property on that slope.
Yeah.
And they gave it to me. You know, we weren't gonna show it on this because it's not, you know, it's not really our property at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
But we do have permission to put something on that slope. But it is steep, and I thought that water main was actually abandoned, frankly, because they have another one that runs across our site, so.
Right.
We'd like to try to do something. How's that?
It's
And we
it's
have
just a
permission
great,
to do
it's a
it.
great chance while you're there to make it look better, as far as I'm concerned, you know, that's all.
Gotcha. No, we understand, and we thought the same thing. We will attempt to do something.
Yep.
We have DOT's permission to do it on their property. We don't want to conflict with the water main, but I think we can probably work with that and get something in there that would break it up a little bit.
Good, thank you. I'm all set, Don.
Okay, Jason?
I'm all set. I think that's a good plan.
And I would just go along with what Peter said. If you guys could do it, we know we can't request it, but it would sure look a lot better if you could do something there. And I think everybody in our town would say thank you very much. We'd really appreciate it.
Don, could I?
Sir, you are up next anyway.
I did not know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two other points of information from our meeting earlier this month. One is that you indicated that there'd be, just for everyone's benefit, there'll be minimal lighting changes.
It'll all be building-mounted lights, full cut-off fixtures.
And the second is that they anticipate placing a generator between the new building and 202.
Actually, that even changed as of this afternoon. There's an existing generator on site that's located in the proximity of the Quonset hut. That is a single-phase generator, because today the site has single-phase power. That's gonna be retained for the single-phase uses. The existing Quonset hut, the 8-bay garage, the 4-bay garage, and the new material storage building. There will be a new transformer and generator, being 3-phase for the new structure. They're going to be on the turnpike side of the building, up by where we showed the 3 parking spaces. We're gonna put it in that area so that it's not directly adjacent to 202. In looking at how everything was organized, it felt that it would be kind of sticking out back there and be more noticeable. We felt that if we put it between the 2 buildings, there'd be less visibility of that generator. The other point that I would like to make is and this was discussed with staff and with the fire department, is that the building, the new mechanical building and office space will be sprinklered. We're gonna be looking at extending a new main across the site and new domestic service, but also sprinkler service for that structure.
Well, you got water there, so you'll be all set.
Right, it's not required by code, but the Turnpike feels that with the investment they're making, they would prefer to have that building sprinklered.
Yeah. Very good.
Just for my own clarification, this letter between Al and you, I'm assuming that we had some type of correspondence from the attorney so that we're all in agreement that, once again, we don't have real, I appreciate this presentation, but we really don't have jurisdiction over anything that goes on down here. Is that how I interpret this? This is a courtesy, and I appreciate it, gentlemen, but
My understanding at this point is because of a state statute, there is no town jurisdiction, there's no obligation on behalf of the Turnpike Authority to adhere to local zoning. We're still trying to figure out the building permit aspects, and I'm sure we'll.
But even if we did, what you guys appear to be doing seems to be very good, so I don't think that's an issue. I don't believe we need to vote on it, but if you'd like to get a consensus of everybody, is everybody okay with this? Just a sense of the meeting? Okay. So Nancy, wherever you are, the sense of the meeting is that we certainly do agree with you, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. We appreciate it, and it's going to snow out, so try to drive safely.
take the Turnpike.
Excellent.
I hear it's salted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Item 5, tabled matters and old business. A request by Story Brothers Trucking, represented by Goral Palmer, for a gravel pit located off LeGros Road near number 39, is shown on the new map lot number 027-020-023-000, located in a rural, residential, and agricultural and 2 shoreland districts, resource protection and limited residential zoning district. Now, as everybody knows, we have, this is an ongoing situation. So the general public will be allowed to speak. I'm going to let Mr. Doug here, our liaison for the town and to the board, start us off and bring us up to speed where we are at this point. There will probably be questions. The general public certainly can speak. Please, if you do come to the mic, speak very clearly, tell us who you are, and try to keep it short if you can, because we'd like to get out of here sometime before tomorrow morning. Okay. So with that,
Bill
I'm
just
going to
pulled out
let
a
Doug
4-inch thick book.
weigh in.
Thank you, Mr.
You're up.
Chair. As I had a list of items that I think need to be brought to closure, there may be some additional developments, and I did ask the town attorney to attend in the hopes of trying to bring some closure to some of these items. There are 2 informational updates that I'd like to communicate, the first of which is I did talk with Mark Stebbins, who worked with the DEP. He's in charge of the gravel pits with DEP. He's based out of the Portland office. And they have looked at all 11 pits, I guess, in gray that are subject to DEP this year. They do a rotation of inspections every 3 years. They do follow up on complaints, and the haulback materials are limited. These are DEP regulations. The haulback materials are limited to inert materials unless there is a special permit obtained from DEP. As an example, if they were processing stumps on the site, there would need to be a special permit obtained from DEP for that purpose. They are required to stay 5 feet above the groundwater, and during the inspections, they look at pretty much the whole operation, and including the groundwater levels.
And you
The-
say that's done once a year?
It's 3 years or a
3
fourth or
years.
following up on a complaint. The maximum open area unless there are additional approvals obtained for a DEP pit is 10 acres. One of the points that Mark made was that oftentimes, and I'm not a gravel pit pro by any stretch in terms of operations, but what Mark said, and it makes perfect sense, correct me if I'm wrong here, Rick, is that typically, it might sound simple, okay, we're going to start in one area and move to another area, but as a practical matter, for the type of materials that you need to extract from a site, you might need to mix those. So you might need to get some coarse gravelly sand over here and some finer sand over there. So the point of which is that the whole pit is proposed to be just under 10 acres, if I remember 9.9 and change, and that's within the DEP regulations. The second point is that the SAD has agreed to run buses down there for all ages. They're, I think, working out the turnaround was already there for the elementary, but the SAD has agreed to run buses down LeGros for middle school and high school. I talked with Steve LaValle about that, who apparently talked to the transportation person at the SAD. One of the apprehensions that the school district has had with the school buses going down LeGros is not necessarily LeGros itself, but both of the intersections where Foster Hill meets up with 100 there. The school buses have a difficult time turning there because of the wheelbase, and if in fact we can agree on the improvements, depending on how that falls out, if there is an improved intersection for the school buses to use, that has been one of the major safety concerns of the SAD running down LeGros. So if that can be addressed as part of this application, I think that would be a real plus for the SAD. So those are the two major points of information. I did put together in the planning board memo a total of, I think, 13 points. The point of listing all those was to get everything on the table.
We're going to do that, Doug.
Okay?
Yep.
And with that,
I don't know, is there anything else that you?
That's it.
I know there's been lots of conversation, and everybody's got opinions and everything else, but we will do our level best to make this work for everybody. Okay, so I'm sure all of you on the board have in front of you 13 different points that what we're going to do, what I'm going to have us do, is go through these. If we get to one that we think needs to be looked at, fine, we'll go on to the next one. But there are going to be some here that we are not going to be having to look at, either for whatever reason. And so that will be able to get off the board here. We can get that off the table.
Taking them off first?
We're going to take them with 1 through 13, Joe. Okay, so the very first one up. Now, what we're doing here, I'll read this out. I'm going to ask the members of the board, do they agree that this can come off? We're not going to discuss this. We're good with this, or do we need to deal with it? Number 1, conditional use applicability. Does the planning board agree with the Bill Dale opinion of 10-11-11, that given the internal zoning ordinance conflict, the conditional use review is not applicable? Now, Doug, you certainly can weigh in on this, because I want to hear what you've got to say with that. In fact, we might go to you first. And do you think this is true or not?
I'd like to have Doug explain that a little bit.
And we did touch on this at an earlier meeting. There was an opinion that was provided to the board dated October 11th that was in front of the board at the meeting on October 13th. What happened this is all within the zoning ordinance. We talked about this in October for people that were here. Within the zoning ordinance, there are 3 different references to gravel pit operations. Well, of course, there's definitions too, but in terms of the uses, there's the uses table, And in that uses table, it lists, it doesn't say gravel pits, I think it says mineral extraction, I think is what it's entitled, as a conditional use. And then it lists gravel operations and site plan. And then in Article 11, which is the main part of the zoning ordinance that has all the standards, it states that gravel pit operations that are considered to be allowed uses. And so the policy question that was posed to the town attorney prior to the October 13th planning board meeting was whether or not, given this internal, within the zoning ordinance, not two different ordinances, given this internal zoning ordinance conflict, does the conditional use criteria, is conditional use review required? And the attorney weighed in that it is, because of the conflicts, because there is an internal zoning conflict, and because of the, correct me if I'm wrong here, Bill, because of the case law, multiple cases that support this argument, given a tie within the zoning ordinance, the winner is the applicant. And because of that, it was Bill's opinion that the conditional use criteria is not applicable, and that the standards that would apply would be Article 11 and possibly some in site plan review.
So basically what's being said, that the least restrictive of whatever would be the one that would take precedent.
Because of the supporting case law.
Okay. So, I'm going to start with Peter on this. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
I agree. I looked at the history of that, the case laws, Forest City versus Payson's 1966. Looking at back when this came out of the DEP approval, actually Richard Barr was on the council at the time. The meetings took place at Stimson Hall. And at that point in time, the jurisdiction aspect is DEP, so I think Mr. Dale is right in this.
I would concur with Mr. Dale. I have no information that would support not agreeing with it.
John? I agree with it. Okay, and as do I. So, as the way we were going to do this, number 1 is now off the board. Number 2, site plan review applicability. Bill Dale's 1211 letter states that the same principle that governs Article 11 applies to SPR. Does the planning board agree with this, and or is further clarification or information needed?
Okay. The principle that, glad you're here, Bill. This is good. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
You get a law degree after this, when you're all done. I mean, you've studied enough now, so you should, okay?
I play one on TV.
I know.
Bill's opinion regarding, as the board is aware, Bill's opinion of the standards that are applicable in regards to Article 11, which is the gravel pit section of the zoning ordinance, because of the one statement in Article 11, is that any aspect that's regulated by DEP is not able to be regulated by the planning board. Bill, in one of his letters, either the 11th or the December 11 or December 22nd, said that it was his view that because of that statement in Article 11, that principle, if you will, of the planning board not having authority for those standards in Article 11 also applies to site plan review. And the second piece of that in regards to site plan review is the December 14th letter from Attorney Danielson, who raises questions about the applicability of site plan review. This is a complicated one, I think.
Before we get too far down that road, I do have a question. Mr. Dale is here, and is Mr. Danielson here? No? Yes? No, he's not here. Okay. I'm assuming that what is being said here, Bill, is that you are telling or explaining to us that the planning board has no authority over anything in the gravel pit itself. In other words, the pit, that 9 point however many acres. But beyond that, are you saying that we, the planning board, would not have any authority on the roads? Because apparently there is a conflict there. So this, you know, might as well get right into it, right here.
Okay, if I may, everybody, I'm Bill Dale, the town attorney. Two comments. First of all, Doug was all ready to say that I had said in my first letter that apropos of the baseball, the tie goes to the runner. Let me make it clear, because I've been down this road before. Baseball does not have a single rule, the tie goes to the runner. In case you didn't all know this, there's a different rule between home and first than there is between the other bases. So we must never say, by metaphor, that we use the baseball rule, tie goes to the runner, because there's not a single baseball rule. So you're all smarter on that if you didn't know that. Second, I have said in my, to be a little more serious, I've said in my 2 opinion letters, one I wrote as an email and one I wrote as an opinion letter in my law firm stationery, that generally speaking, that section that the town planner just referenced, section 402.11 4F, that what your ordinance says, and I think Jason alluded to this, because I think he said when he was on the town council, the council, which in gray passes the ordinances, made a policy judgment, which we may all agree with, disagree with, or a little of both, but the council at the time made a policy judgment that what made sense in gray is for Class A gravel pits, remember on our ordinance grades them.
Yep.
For so-called Class A gravel pits, that we, the town of Gray, are gonna defer and let the Maine DEP do it. Now, as I said last time, we can all fuss whether that was a good idea of the town council or not, and if we were councilors, of whether we'd vote for it or not. But the council at the time did, that's our ordinance today, and what I've said to you in my 2 letters, one the email letter and one the business letter, is that's the rule in Gray. I said there were a couple of little exceptions to it, and if you want some local regulation, it may be disappointing how little the exceptions were. But one of them was this issue of, pardon me, whether the roadbed itself in LeGros Road was built strong enough to handle what I assume is very heavy loads of a big dump truck with gravel on it. And similarly, I said, I think, on the site plan, there were a couple little sort of peripheral issues that you did still have jurisdiction on, but not much. And that remains my opinion today, and again, Jason said it just right. You know, the council looked at this, the town of Gray could absolutely regulate this and have you regulate all sorts of things in the gravel pit. But the town council elected at the time, and it's the ordinance we all have today through this paragraph F, that we're gonna let the Maine DEP regulate this, except for those couple little exceptions out there. And Mr. Chairman, that remains my opinion today. Now, to get specifically with that background, including your baseball edification out of the way, you asked about the roads, and I did say that was an issue about whether the road beds, literally the road bed itself, the gravel and the blacktop, is strong enough to handle the weight of these presumably very heavy trucks, you know, is an issue you can look at. And the last time I was here, there was some talk about the Al Palmer and his group were gonna have somebody go out and test the road beds with some cores, and then we, the town, got our own engineer to take its own so-called peer review of that, see if they agreed with whatever the developer's engineer had said. So that's all permissible. And then I gave a couple other little exceptions that you can look at. And that remains my opinion today. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, to respond to your question, yeah, the road is still an issue on the physical ability of the road to handle this. A follow-up question that got asked to me, and I gave, I think, a second opinion letter in the form of a letter on my law firm stationery was, well, what about the possibility of the developers, rather than posting a bond to cover the protection of that road, to make sure the heavy trucks didn't crush the roadbed, and quite frankly, having the developer pay some premium, some insurance company that didn't do any of us, either the town or Story Brothers, any good, would it be possible for, if the planning board wanted, to allow Story Brothers to take the same amount of money that bond would be if our staff, such as Steve LaValle, and our engineering firm, SW Cole, I guess is who would be doing it for the town here, to have the developer take that same amount of money, and rather than giving it to some insurance company someplace, use that for some improvements on where that Road intersects, I guess, Route 100, where there are some issues. And I said I thought that was within the discretion of the planning board. And again, tonight, I'm still of that opinion. If you were persuaded by various people who have spoken to you, such as Steve LaValle, the town's public works director, any engineers we've had, and any engineering reports you've gotten from Story Brothers that you find persuasive, that LeGros Road is probably tough enough to stand the weight of these heavy trucks, that you could, if you wanted to, elect to take that same money that we might otherwise have this developer spend on some insurance company's bond, to have that money spent on fixing the road if there's an intersection issue. And I said I thought that was within your discretion. You don't have to, but it's within your discretion, on the notion that, in part, I thought the ordinance allows it, under certain circumstances, I put in my letter, but that also that might be a better result, quite frankly, for both the planning board on behalf of the town and its citizens and the developer, with all due respect, as opposed to putting some money in some insurance company's pocket.
Okay, thank you, Bill. And before I turn this over to the board, I do have a question for you, because it's kind of bothered me here.
Yep.
Assuming that the LeGros Road is, I don't know if we can assume it, but assume that over a period of time, I believe that the life expectancy of this pit was between 10 and 12 years, so probably 12 or 14, 10 to 14, something like that. Over the period of that amount of time, if that road really gets destroyed, under your scenario, there would be no money other than public money to fix it.
If the planning board elected, let's say tonight or next week, if the planning board elects to allow the developer not to put up a bond against the road damage, but instead elects to allow the developer to use that money for a road intersection improvement, yes, you run that risk that during, let's say, the 10 to 15-year life of the work out of this pit, LeGros Road might, in fact, wear out prematurely because of the heavy weight of these trucks, and who's stuck fixing it? And the answer is us, the town of Gray.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
that's-
but
if you were to make that election.
Okay, but my question continues on,
Yep.
because what I'd like to find out is if the planning board decided that that's too much exposure for public expenditure of funds.
Yep.
There's nothing that I would understand, because I believe the MMA has told us that, and a lot of other attorneys told us, that we're not allowed to take into consideration any expenses. This isn't something the planning board is supposed to deal with. So, what I'm getting at here is this. If we said to the applicant that we would prefer to have a bond on the road that is there for the life of the pit, that can be utilized at whatever point in time that it becomes necessary. So after 1 year, if there's no problem, fine. If after 4 years the road's destroyed, it gets fixed, but the bond has to still stay there till they're all done. And then still requires that the intersection at the north end, the south end of the Foster Hill Road,
That's the end towards Lewiston Office.
yeah, it's
Oh, the other
no,
end.
the other end, yeah.
Towards
The north end actually is the low end, the south end is the high end. It's kind of not counterintuitive, but anyway.
Oh, Gray and Lewiston.
Yeah, Gray and Lewiston, okay. The Gray end, the Lewiston end, yeah. So, just a minute, John. So, anyway, what we've got here is if we want that fixed, because it sounds like the school department's going to have a problem getting their buses in there. If we want that fixed, we want the road bonded. That's still something that if we think it's necessary, I'm not saying that we will, I'm not saying that we won't, I'm just saying if we do, that is something that the planning board can require, correct?
In my opinion, that's a close call as a matter of law. My suggestion to you is, it might make sense to work down through the rest of your list here of
Yep.
13 items on
Yep.
Doug's memo.
I just don't want to vote on this one.
Right.
Okay,
My recommendation, Mr. Chairman, save that to the end, see where we are.
sounds good. All right. With that, sir,
We're on point.
I think,
Well, if we could, if I may. How about, you got a bond, you have, I would assume they're sort of in the business. You have a, you break it, you fix it policy in combination with the bond.
No, I think what your ordinance provides is if you think it's appropriate to have a bond to protect that road against the heavyweight of these trucks, fine, if you should approve this tonight or next week, whenever, you impose that requirement to have a bond.
But we also have standard condition 1 at the mic, that wouldn't work if they,
well, let's not, okay, so let's do this. So on number 2, considering what Mr. Dale has given us for information, do we agree, or do we want to hold this in abeyance until the end? Peter?
I would wait till the end.
might as well wait to the end.
I still got some questions, so
Okay.
wait till the end. I'm not going to agree to it now.
Okay. So number 2 is still in play. Number 3, Hallback. This question was raised at the 12/8 meeting and addressed by Bill Dale in his 12/11 letter. Goral Palmer, I think that's GP, right? Okay. Has a proposal in their 12/27 update in the PB packets, Planning Board. Is this acceptable resolution regarding this matter?
I would point out,
Yes.
if I can, I would point out that what the language that was proposed in the December 27th letter from Goral Palmer actually goes beyond what is allowed by DEP. For
Okay,
a point of
would you-
reference.
All right, so for point of reference, can you explain the differences, please?
The difference is that the DEP standards allow inert materials, including recycled asphalt, concrete, et cetera, materials to be brought on site. Those are considered to be inert by DEP. In the 12/27 letter to the town for update, from Goral Palmer updating the board, they propose an amendment to their submittal, which reads, backhaul material to the facility shall be limited to earthen materials such as grubbings, loam, clay, silt, common borrow, gravels, and ledge. Recycled pavement, concrete, or building demolition shall not be hauled back to the site. That second sentence, the applicants have voluntarily gone beyond what is allowed by DEP.
Okay.
DEP's here, they're there.
Right, got it. Got it, okay. So, Peter?
I support the letter from Goral Palmer.
Jace?
I do too.
Dan?
I'm fine with this one.
So am I. So 3 is off the board. Okay, hydrogeologic. This component was peer-reviewed by S.W. Cole, including a review of the 1990 seismic refraction study. Does the PB meaning Planning Board, have any concerns regarding this aspect that need to be addressed? Doug?
It's a question for the board. I guess it's my own view that
Yeah,
it's been
okay,
pretty.
so just for the general public, explain what I just said.
Sure, yes, these are, I apologize for all the abbreviations. I get complaints that these are too long anyway, and it,
Only the forest complains.
Doesn't give them baseball calls, I guess we're okay.
what happened back in October and November is when the planning board was in the earlier stages of reviewing this application, there was a request on behalf of the board to undertake a peer review of the hydrogeologic condition that was represented by the applicant in their application. The planning board delegated the peer review to staff, and there was an independent review of the hydrogeologic aspect performed by S.W. Cole, which included looking at the Gray Water District 1990 seismic refraction study. The results that were obtained from the borings on site basically confirmed the 1990 seismic refraction study that was done for the water district in terms of the direction of groundwater flow. There were a few minor recommendations as a result of the peer review. But generally, I think it substantiated the application and confirmed that the groundwater, the direction of groundwater flow, and that barring unforeseen incidences, it would be appropriate to not have the hydrogeologic component be a substantive issue.
Okay. Pete?
Totally agree.
Jason?
Agree, we got a lot of data that does back that up, so.
Agree.
I have to agree with that, too.
Okay. Four's off the board. GWD, Gray Water District input. Earlier in the review process, some members of the board indicated that they would seek input from the Gray Water District prior to taking final action. Is this still the board's intention? And if so, what elements is the board requesting GWD to weigh in on? Now, before we get into that, I'm pretty sure that we've already covered that. They've done the hydrogeologic study. We know that it is not close enough to the intake for the Gray Water District to have an effect. The other issue that was indicated that might be a problem was the haul back, but they've taken care of that. So, Pete?
I agree with what you just said. It's already been adjudicated by SW Cole, as far as I'm concerned.
It's off.
Agree. Okay, 5 is off the board. Hours of operation. This issue arose on several occasions, and there is a question as to if the PB has the authority to regulate this given the DEP. GP addresses this on point. You guys are following all these abbreviations, right? Okay. Is this an element the board would regulate if they have the authority, and if so, resolution would seem to be needed regarding the PB authority?
And again, just for everyone, what I did in compiling this list was go through all of my notes and every issue that I could. The intention is to get everything on the table. This was a question that was raised, hours of operation was a question that was raised in Attorney Danielson's 1214 letter. The applicant has already responded to this, I believe verbally and in writing. It's my understanding of the applicant's position that the hours of operation are regulated by default through DEP because of the noise standards that are regulated by DEP.
Okay. And before we get beyond this, I will tell the general public that even though we have UCAN at the end of these, there's 13 of them, we will give you the opportunity to come to the mic and address these. One final shot at it. Okay. Peter, hours of operation?
Personally, Don, I think this is one where the applicant needs to step to the plate. I don't know what Al has put to the board, and I don't know what DEP allows, Al. Maybe you could enlighten the group. But I feel as though, this is coming down hard on these neighbors. I think this is a point that the applicant could make some positive comments on and, ease some of the angst over the whole thing by having reasonable operating hours, for the neighbors.
So just let me clarify this. You are AP from GP?
Correct.
Okay.
I did not bring Article 7 with me from the DEP requirements. I think this is the same situation that you discussed a few minutes ago regarding the haulback, where DEP has a standard that is this wide. What we have proposed as part of the operation, which is shown on one of the drawings, is Story Brothers has limited their hours further than what DEP under the noise standards would allow them. So they already have agreed to standards that are hours of operations that are less than what the DEP would allow.
So what is Story proposing to have for hours of operation?
I just want to make sure I actually read it off the drawing so
Okay.
that we all get it right. Just bear with me for a few minutes.
7:30.
Are these the last of the big prints?
This drawing has all of the operational standards that were proposed. And I'm just gonna zoom in on it, because I don't seem to
I've got,
quickly be able to find my paper copy.
I've got DEP blasting times. Is that what your Article 7?
It would be in Article 7, Doug, if that's Article 7.
It's under blasting, C700.
We were digging.
You don't anticipate blasting, I remember that from the applicant. Blasting may not occur.
But Al, you're saying your client's gonna do something better than the DEP,
Right.
Yep.
So we wanna read what, we wanna hear what your client's gonna do.
It's on,
Correct.
it's on 101. It's on the side of 101.
Yep. Come on, computer.
Here it is.
As you get
Here we
older, you
go.
can't read this, the little
Sound,
text there.
sound levels at the property line shall not exceed between 6 AM and 7 PM. Sound levels at the property line shall not exceed 7 dBA between 7 AM and 7 PM. It doesn't talk about days, though. Between 7 PM and 6 AM.
Doug, are you reading DEP regs, or are you reading
I'm reading the 101. It's under,
applicants proposed?
Right, but we have under drawing 101, and I just, which version do you have?
402.11.5.
The date of it.
That's our code, but they put up something.
On,
5, 7,
up on note number 402.11.4D10, which is kind of up in the upper right-hand corner, gravel excavation operations and import-export from the site shall be limited to 7 AM to 5 PM, Monday through Friday, excluding national holidays. Operations will not be conducted on Saturdays and Sundays. Under the DEP, and Doug is right, we do have the noise on here. It can go between 6 AM and 7 PM on all, Monday through Saturday.
Well, what you're proposing is to restrict your client's hours of operation from 7 AM in the morning to 5 PM in the evening.
Correct,
No Saturdays or Sundays,
correct,
no national holidays,
correct.
no state holidays.
No national holidays.
What about Patriots' Day? All right, okay, gotcha.
Where, and again, just in light of the questions, so DEP would allow them to start at 6 AM. They've agreed to 7. DEP would allow them to go to 7 PM. They've agreed to cut it off at 5.
Right.
DEP would allow operations on Saturday, and they've agreed not to.
Gotcha, okay. So, do we concur?
Personally, number one, I would say I would like to hear what the neighbors have to say on
Okay.
this item, but my own opinion is I think it should be 8 AM for startup.
All right, so there's, you, how do you feel?
Oh, yeah, I think they have stepped up.
Okay.
to the point.
Neighbors
It'd be great if they would go to 8, though.
I think we should hear the neighbors on this one.
John?
I think we definitely need to hear
Yes.
from the neighborhood.
6 is still up.
I would have one other
Okay.
comment. Don,
Yes.
I do have one
absolutely.
comment on
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry, yes.
Um,
you do.
This is in regards to the applicant's analysis of DEP's jurisdiction, because what they say is DEP has jurisdiction over noise.
Okay.
Doesn't have, they don't say that it directly has jurisdiction over hours of operation, only noise. So conceivably, you could operate, but be within the noise.
Well,
So they're-
since we have the.
I'm just
rule-
saying, it's
No, no, but
possible that
since-
we have
Since we have the
jurisdiction over this
luxury of
law.
our town attorney, maybe, no, he's desperately going through his
got a
book
big
here,
book.
looking.
Got a big book.
Do you wanna, weigh in on that?
I don't, but I'm gonna look.
Okay, all right. We'll come back. He's
That's
gonna
fine,
come back.
because that's my point, is
Okay.
what they're saying, is since they have jurisdiction over noise, and noise is related to operation,
It
that
is.
they have jurisdiction over operation.
Okay,
Maybe, maybe not.
well, he's gonna,
But I do think,
he's only got 2,000 pages, he'll get it.
fine,
by Monday.
you'll have time.
Okay, good. All right, bonding for pit reclamation. Article 11 appears to give the PB authority to require a bond to ensure that the pit is properly reclaimed. Is this an element the PB envisions requiring, assuming there is the authority to do so?
You're looking for an explanation, okay.
No, well, yeah,
I can?
the explanation is that at some point in time, we're going to have to decide whether or not we're going to require a bond to reclaim the pit at the end of operations, be that 10, 12, 14 years. I don't know exactly how that's gonna come down, but it will come down.
That's correct, and one, I know with other, having worked with gravel pits in other towns, in some instances, if the applicant is willing to limit the open area at any one time to a, let's say, smaller than 10 acres, I don't know what the magic number would be, some towns will waive the requirement for the bond because the exposed area is less.
But we can't weigh in on this because it is a Class A pit, so we have no authority in the pit.
My 2 cents worth here is I thought that this was something that was almost automatic, because if Story Brothers, or whoever the applicant would be, goes belly up, with the pit being under operation, you're gonna want to have something in place to get it seeded and reclaimed.
So it would appear, though, and the rest of us feel that way, that this is not off the table, but the answer is yes. So if we agree it's yes, it's on the table.
It's on page 130, 402.11.6F. The town may require an acceptable form of surety to cover the estimated cost to complete the reclamation of excavations within a working excavation larger than 10 acres in size. We're just under that, I believe. So, and that's why I put in my memo, assuming the board has the authority, and maybe we can resolve this right here, right now. If the total area is less than 10 acres, a literal reading of that would be that the town does not have the authority to, excuse me, require a reclamation bond. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, he is, though.
I am.
Okay.
I'm actually licensed to play on a TV. And I think that is absolutely what your paragraph up says.
All right.
If they were proposing ever to have 12 acres open, that'd be an issue. But since their whole site is 9.9, they're never gonna reach the 10 acres.
Well, what if, though, they bought somebody's land next door and continued the pit? Once it goes beyond 10 acres?
They would, the applicant will need to come back to you and address that issue. What you do, let's assume you approve this tonight or next week, it's for the 9.9 that's in front of you. If they buy 10 acres from the guy next door, so they then have 19.9, they will have to come back to you, will have to go through the same exercise for an amended application.
But would the 19 acres be what we would be talking about?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
So, Al, the area that is going to be opened up is less than 10 acres. In other words, you're including your Hall Road.
Correct.
Everything that is being disturbed is 9.9 something acres.
Correct.
Good move.
Thank you.
It just gets better and better.
All right, so how do you feel now, Pete?
No, I mean, it's, Doug has read the rules,
Yeah, we're done.
I believe,
We're done.
going by the rules.
Okay. Jace?
Done. It's rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have anything here. I guess my comment is, this is something that the town needs to look at. I think it's bad.
Right, but we can't at this
I'm
point.
just saying.
You know,
Because
you're
we
right.
have our town council liaison here.
We do. We have another member that,
It's bad business to not protect the town against having to potentially reclaim something that's 9.999 acres large.
yeah. John?
Well thought out and well designed, I have to agree with it.
Okay, so bonding for pit reclamation, off the board. Improvements in lieu of road bond, does the PB agree with Mr. Dale's letter of 12/22 regarding this matter? Is there any further input or clarification needed for the PB to resolve their position on this matter? The 12/27 GP update addresses the applicant's position on the waiver provision aspect. And this actually goes back to number 2. So I assume that number 2 and number 8 are gonna roll in together.
Technically, I think they're separate, but I could see how.
Well, it's a symbiotic relationship.
Sure.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the town attorney's 12/22 letter did say on point that if the planning board were to take the position that they would accept road improvements in lieu of a bond, that the planning board would need to make a determination that it was appropriate to grant a waiver. And that is what is addressed on point in the applicant's 12/27 letter.
We will get to that
Just,
right now. Number 9, noise, dust. Does the PB intend to pursue any additional requirements regarding the regulation of noise or dust from the proposed operation, given the opinion from the town attorney regarding DEP's authority? I think that's a moot point, but anyway.
I would say it's no.
No? No, I don't see how we do. Jase? No. John? Okay. 9 is off the table. 10, structural integrity of LeGros and Foster Hill. This was one of the reasons for tabling the 12/8 meeting, following the meeting with the staff on 12/21. The applicant has not moved forward on this element. So they didn't do the digging, or the...
There has not been to my knowledge, there has not been an investigation of the structural integrity of LeGros or Foster Hill.
Even though they said they were gonna do it?
I believe so.
Well, what is it, Al, yes or no?
We met with staff prior to December 21st. We met with staff, we met with R.W. Gillespie being the engineers for Story Brothers. We met with S.W. Cole being the peer reviewers for the town to review the boring plan for the roadway.
Boring mean digging a hole, not is just a pain in the neck.
Correct.
Okay, good.
And worked out a scope so that both geotechnical engineers were happy with the scope. We didn't want to go out and drill holes and then have somebody say, well, why did you put one here, put one there? So we worked that out between both parties. The drilling was scheduled for, I think, the 27th of December. On the 20th of December, we were contacted by the town and asked to meet regarding the discussion of improvements in lieu of doing the bond and doing the evaluation of the roadway. So it was based on the town's request for us to meet and discuss. There's a definite desire by the town staff to have the intersection work done. It is not necessary to be done to meet the site distance standards, but there's a public benefit to do that work. And I believe that was what the staff was, why the staff requested the meeting.
So it was the town's fault?
It's not the town's fault. It
Oh, okay.
was the town's request that we meet. When we met, the discussion was, there's a cost associated with doing the borings, there's a cost associated with posting a bond, and there's a risk that if there is damage done, a portion or all of that bond may get called. Rather than having that cost, the discussion was doing physical improvements so that those are done right up front, improving the intersection of the gray side of Foster's Hill and Route 100, which was shown on Figure 1 of the December 27th
That'd be the south end,
south end,
yeah.
the December 27th letter, doing that, and that being fully done at Story Brothers' cost. That allowing the town to move forward with removal of the northern end of the intersection. The removal of the northern end is something that Public Works would like to have done.
Okay, but we're getting beyond what my question was. We're gonna get into what you're
Right.
talking about, but the answer to my question is, you didn't do the boring. The answer is, you didn't.
We didn't do the borings based upon the
On the-
request by the town staff.
Okay, thank you. That's good. All right, so, this was one of the reasons, I'm gonna reiterate here. This was one of the reasons for tabling the 12-8 meeting. Following the meeting with staff, the applicant has not moved forward on this element. There is the Bill Dale letter and the applicant's argument regarding the intersection improvements in lieu of bonding, road bonding, see number 8, which is still on the board. Is there additional information the board needs to make a decision on this aspect? So the question is there additional information the board needs to make a decision on this aspect? I would submit that there is more information that we're going to need, or more discussion anyway. So, anyway, Pete?
Yeah, totally agree, Don.
Okay, so,
Do we need more discussion?
Yeah, we're not
I
going
would-
to take it off the board. We're gonna
Yes,
keep
I
it.
agree.
Okay. Number 11, pedestrian safety on LeGros and Foster Hill. A, does the PB need clarification on their ability to require improvements? B, is it the board's position that improvements are necessary given the staff research and winter clear width information outlined above in the intro to this agenda item? Now, subsequently to this, we have had information from SAD 15 that says they will agree to provide bus service for all of the kids, not just the little ones. Any high school kid that's in the public school system in the town of Gray that lives down there will have the bus go down to the end of the road, turn around, come back, so that kids aren't going to have to walk on the road. That was the bottom line here. So, pedestrian safety. Now,
And I think that was, the understanding of the SAD is that there will be improvements made to the Gray Village side of Foster Hill.
yeah, we're going to get into
Okay.
that, but
They're interrelated.
as long, yeah, but that, they are interrelated, but for practicality, I would say that this probably that would take care of the pedestrian safety, because there would be no, well, there wouldn't be any forced pedestrians. It would be just at their own volition, right?
I guess, I mean, that's my concern is, so everybody else that doesn't travel on the school bus, is
Tough luck.
at their own risk?
Okay.
If, if the trucks are on the road,
The kids are safe, the adults aren't.
Well, I did do some research on that.
yeah,
You've done research?
Well, it's in the intro. I met on site with Steve LaValle, Public Works
Oh, yeah,
Director.
you mean width?
The width
yeah.
together with what are generally considered to be acceptable shoulder widths for federal highway standards.
Right, so they almost meet it.
They're very close, yeah.
Close,
I think they're close.
all right.
and there are good shoulders on that road, Doug? I mean, I don't recollect what the shoulders on the Grow Road.
They're 3 to 4 feet. Steve LaValle felt as though with the wings on his existing equipment, I guess it would be if you're heading down LeGros towards the dead end, the right-hand side, the north side, you probably, because that's the side the telephone poles are on, you probably couldn't push back quite as far on that side. So on that side, we're probably talking about 3 feet, and the wings would need to go around the telephone poles. And on the south side, they would be able to maintain the full width of the existing gravel shoulder.
So Stevie was comfortable with that?
So there is a place for pedestrians, other than the school kids, to safely,
It's,
in your opinion, from having
Well-
looked at it, just,
what I did is I laid it right out in the memo.
Yeah.
I talked with GB-Cog and PAX, and assuming 2 10-foot travel lane widths, this leads 6 to 7 feet of usable winter width, translating to 3 to 4 foot shoulders on either side.
okay. I guess, in answer to the number 11, Don, I guess I would be comfortable with the situation overall for pedestrian safety.
Well, just a minute, I'm gonna go through the whole thing, all right? Just a minute. I do see you. You're gonna get a chance to talk. Jason?
if they'd be willing to do more, but basically Steve's gone through everything at this point to,
The intention was to dovetail two bits of information. One was the real-world, maintainable winter width for that road as is, together with generally accepted pedestrian safety standards in terms of travel width and shoulder width. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a lawyer or an engineer. What am I doing here? But the intention here is to provide some background information as to what generally accepted standards are for pedestrian safety, for low-volume roads, together with what is realistically maintainable in the winter.
Well, I think, I guess I'd have a proposal on that. Pete, you're okay with it?
I am.
Perhaps what we could do would be to say, barring something different, new, pertinent from the general public, that we would take this one off, but you can speak to this when you come back up. You agreed with that? Or do you-
Couple additional thoughts.
What's-
This is my biggest concern,
Okay.
is safety and pedestrian safety of all of them. Great news that the SAD is willing to do that with the buses. I think that I would like to see a letter from the superintendent that commits to that for the life of operation of the pit. I want somebody else to come in and change the way things are going, so I would need to see that in writing. That's one thing. You know, than everyone else, from my read on Doug's email, you know, kind of barely meets the standards. Not necessarily a great situation, but on the other hand, there is a state law that all vehicles have to give pedestrians 3
Right.
feet. They have to give them 3 feet. So, you know, people are covered from that aspect.
Well, how about we do this then, so we can get through we're almost there. Well, let's just keep this on the board for a little bit.
Sure.
Wanna do
And
that?
I just have the last comment, and it
Yep.
seems like it would be relatively easy to make some improvements to the shoulder. I don't remember from the site walk, I doubt the shoulder is very accommodating to walk on.
Okay.
But from Doug's description of the cleared plow width, it seems that some relatively simple improvements to one of the shoulders could be made that would greatly improve the safety of that situation.
Okay,
That's my final comment there.
that sounds good. All right, for pedestrians. And this is just speaking to LeGros Road, because Peter, you had gone out and you said that even the Foster Hill Road was even narrow.
Correct.
Okay, so we can get into that in a bit. All right, so we'll keep that one on the table. John?
I'm way down at this end.
Oh,
It's because Nancy's not here, did
I
you
didn't
forget?
even look at you. I apologize for that, John. Yes, sir.
Pedestrian safety is number one down there. My concern is, we're in agreement that we've got the jurisdiction to do this.
Well, no,
To
we're
consider
gonna-
this.
No, we're gonna get into that. We may
Then
not.
we are in agreement that we'll keep this one on the board.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, yep. All right, 12, intersection improvements, excuse me, to Gray Village side, that would be the south side. Foster Hill, does the PB intend to require the applicant to make improvements to this intersection? This aspect is discussed in the 1227G-P update.
It's related with a bond.
My answer is yes.
Yeah, mine would be too, so that's still on the board. Okay, and the last one, intersection improvements to Lewiston side of Foster Hill, the north end, the down end. Does the PB intend to require the applicant to make improvements to this intersection? This aspect is also mentioned in the 1227 GP update. The estimated cost is 15. It appears that the state may be able to fund half of the cost pending the review of the application. So probably we should keep that, because that's gonna be part and parcel of what we're talking about.
I agree.
Well, I guess from my point of view, improvements to the intersection are required
Yeah,
in
that's,
some form. I don't, needs to be in one location or the other. There needs to be a safe entrance and exit.
Oh, yeah,
which there is not right now.
no, we're gonna get into this.
So, but I don't know necessarily that
Okay.
I would agree that we would require this.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
I think it's gonna be at the other end.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you wanna keep it open, you can, but
Well, I
I
think
don't
we
think
gotta.
we would require this.
Based on public input, it would be a good idea.
So, what we have at this point is, Doug, you're taking notes on this, so, okay, items 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9 are off the table. Items 2, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are still in play, using Mr. Dale's analogy, sports analogy. At this point in time, I would, this isn't going to be the only time perhaps, but I would, since the young lady out there wanted to get up and speak, we will entertain public comments. Now, comments need to be addressing the issues that we have still got in front of us. If they begin to address items 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, or 9, that's off the table, and we're not going to pay any attention to that, okay? All right. So, who out there, yes?
4, I think we're done with hydro. I think we're done with 4, too.
4? Did I say, I did say 4, didn't I? 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. Correct. All right, sorry, Doug. You were writing when I was talking. All right, this would be the opportunity for the general public to come up and weigh in on these items that are still on the board, so to speak. The general public will get a chance to speak, and then the applicant, or anybody who wants to speak for them, that would be AP from GP, would want to do that. So, general public first. Who's first?
Again, remembering that the minutes are going to be taken from the recording, please be very clear with name and address for Nancy's benefit.
Crystal McIntyre, 27 LeGros Road.
Okay, could you say that one more time, because I couldn't hear it?
27 LeGros Road.
And your
Crystal
name?
McIntyre.
McIntyre. And your first name?
Crystal.
Crystal McIntyre. Okay, Crystal.
Got it.
Go ahead.
Is my phone working?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Just don't know how to use
Drag
it.
it up there in
Might
front of
wanna
you a little
turn it
bit,
up,
so you can, yeah,
If it
Pull it up.
has the black
Ready
part
to-
pointing
I'll-
right at you.
I'll just lean forward.
okay.
I don't like to speak anyway. I'm up here because I spoke with the superintendent's office today, and when I asked about the buses coming down to get the kids once the gravel pit operations start, she told me that she could not give me an answer that the bus would or would not come down right now to pick up the middle school kids until they knew what the new design of the road was going to be. Because if the Lewiston end is shut off and that only leaves the gray end open, they will not come down to pick up the kids. That includes kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth. So I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that was out there because I know it was said that the bus would go down, but today I was told that it would not.
Well, that's interesting.
That's really all right.
So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Next?
Brad Velick, 24 LeGros Road.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your last name, please?
Velick, V-E-L-E-K, V like in Victor.
V-E-L-E-K, thank you.
We're all taking notes for that.
Mr. Webster said that when he contacted the DEP that they did revolving inspections of the pit every 3 years, if they can do it. If there is a problem or something hinky going on in the pit and there's a complaint, how long does it take them to get around to take a look and see what's going on?
We don't know, and as I explained to you originally, we have taken that part of it off the table for us, because we can't weigh in on it.
Okay.
So it's a legitimate question, we can't answer it. I suspect that the best course of action would be if you just give the DEP a call and see what they would have to say, because we don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, I'm Lynn Gallagher. I live at 13 LaGrow Road. I have a couple issues. One has to do with the entrance of LaGrow Road and Foster Hill. As you may or may not know, my family has a business. We travel to Route 100 north of the LaGrow Road entrance every day to feed our animals. We have a farm. We also have a summer pasture, which we rent, and we are required to travel north to load animals or to get animals. Furthermore, we have a land in Auburn that we hay, that we are required to go north for. And our slaughterhouse is also located north. We have a 28-foot cattle trailer, and to go up the hill to turn around and come back down is incredibly dangerous, no matter how skilled the driver you are. And entering into Route 100, coming from Foster Hill on the north side of the hill, would create serious hazards to the people driving up and down Route 100. We all know that although it's posted 35, people don't do 35 on there. And pulling out with such large equipment would be, I feel, very, very a serious risk. Furthermore, I am concerned about the safety of, I have several 4-H girls that walk their animals up and down LaGrow Road, no different than if you were to walk a dog. And for them to walk up and down safely, I'm concerned about their safety and their ability to do so, given the road that is not that wide. So it's not just school kids walking to and from, it's school kids that do after-school programs with us, that also pedestrians. We have several people that walk their dogs up and down the road as well. I'm concerned about that. Furthermore, the grade of Foster Hill, I believe is at, I'm not an engineer, believe above the grade of what's allowed for dump trucks or heavy use. I believe it's 12 and it needs to be 6. So I further that puts,
Are you talking about percent of grade?
yeah. I don't, I'll defer that comment, but that's just another issue that I have with the grade of Foster Hill at the, I call it the north side, but it's really the south side. And I know this winter there was an accident there because the fire truck and DOT trying to plow actually hit, I believe it was an ambulance. So I would further move not to have a north entrance and a south entrance with proper braking lanes and acceleration lanes because it would seriously impact my business as well.
Did you say you would,
Sorry.
you say you don't want a north entrance or a south entrance?
No, sorry. The south of the hill, or, yeah, both. But the
You
south
want
at the-
both?
The south at the hill is what I want. I don't really want the top of the hill.
Well, that's the
Sorry.
south.
Stevie does it this way.
I want the Lewiston side, not the Gray side.
That's the north. That's the
Okay.
Lewiston. Okay. All right.
Sorry, we call it differently.
Yeah,
on
all right.
the railroad. And I have spoken several times with DEP, and I don't know, is hours of operation tabled? Because DEP.
Hours of operation are off the table.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
we can weigh in on that?
That's open.
Nope. Is hours of operation
It's open.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Which one is it? What number?
I have spoken extensively with Mr. Stebbins, and he says that it's not something they
Oh,
regulate
yeah,
or
6
they
is still there.
monitor.
Sorry, my apology.
So, that's okay. He has stated that that is not something he regulates. I've had several conversations with him. It's not something that DEP regulates or monitors, hours of operation. That is, in his opinion, an area of the town, for the town.
Who,
Mr. Stebbins, he's
Mark Stebbins.
DP?
DEP, so, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, on that point, I believe.
Did you want to weigh in, Bill? Were you just waving to me?
is still on the table.
Still on the table, okay. Sir?
My name's Steve Griffin. I live at 63 LaGrow Road for the past 35 years. Because the LaGrow Road residents were possibly going to share their road with multiple dump trucks during the day, we decided that maybe we ought to have an opinion from another engineering firm about the road. And on the recommendation of our attorney, Mr. Danielson, we contacted St. Germain Collins to come down, and they were at the sidewalk. You probably wondered who that fellow was that you didn't know. And the conclusion was that with the problems with the entrances on the south and the north, with the pavement conditions as they are, with the narrowness of the road and 2 trucks passing, that the conclusion was that this warrants a full and independent traffic study in order to be safe for residents and the people traveling on Route 100. And I have copies of that I'm going to give to you folks, so you'll have it and it'll be part of the record. And I have another question. It's on one of Mr. Dale's opinion of the last meeting. Now, can I come up again and do that, or do you want me to just stick to what the road things now, or what?
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll stay up.
Save you a trip.
Okay, good, thank you. At the planning board meeting, the last time that we were here, Mr. Dale repeated a couple of times, probably 4 or 5 times, that he said if the town council would want to, or would choose to, change the ordinance and rewrite the ordinance, that this could retroactively apply to this applicant. And I'm wondering if that still holds true.
Well, the other thing I can tell you is that we don't control the town council, all right? Separate entity.
I know, but we have a liaison here, Mr. Mancini.
That is true. Mr.
And I hope
Mancini
he'll
is here.
relay that to the folks that are on the town council.
Lou, I'm sure you'll relay that, right?
Sure, I will.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Then thank you, I'm done, and I'm going to pass out these copies for you.
We're lucky we didn't take a poll.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Doug, you can have mine. Just a minute while he's finished passing things out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Kathy Velick. It's V like in Victor, E-L-E-K, and I also live at 24 LeGros Road. And I wanted to speak on 2 things. First, I believe it's item number 11, the pedestrian safety on LeGros Road. And while I appreciate that you're primarily concerned about the school children, and absolutely that is as it should be, and if the buses can come down LeGros Road and pick up the kids, that will certainly help that situation, although it sounds like that's not a done deal yet either. But I take exception to the point of view that if you're not a school child walking to the bus, then your safety is not a matter of concern. Just because
That isn't what
Anybody
we
ever
said.
said that?
We didn't say that.
Well, I did hear that.
Want to take a poll? I did not say that, no. It is a concern. Anyone else? Dan?
I did not
You're
say
misquoting.
anything like that.
Okay.
What we
Good.
said,
I
what we said,
appreciate
Kat-
that.
What we
Okay.
said, Kathy, was this: the school kids, if they have to ride the bus, some of them have to ride the bus.
Right.
Okay. If they're
Right.
going to go to school, which
Right.
they got to by law, if they have to ride the bus and the bus will not come down, and the kids want to go home, which we assume they do, then they're going to have to walk. So that is something we would be, if we didn't pay any attention to that.
Right.
Anybody else that's walking up and down there definitely we have a concern for, but that would be something that they would voluntarily do.
Right.
Okay, so there's a
okay.
little difference there.
Yes,
Okay.
although if I voluntarily walk down the road, I still want to be safe doing that.
Yeah.
I chose my home on that road because I wanted to be able to walk up and down that road. It's a beautiful space to walk. People choose to walk on our road simply because of the road that it is. And I don't want that to get lost, that just because you choose to do something, you shouldn't necessarily be forced to put yourself in an unsafe situation when you do that. So and also on number 11, I also just wanted to point out that the math in the introductory section of the notes, that it sounds like it all makes sense, but it works out to a 3 to 4 foot shoulder on either side of the road when all the math is done. And yet the minimum acceptable standard generally accepted is a 4 to 5 foot shoulder.
I think Mr. Webster has pointed out that when he went down and looked at, one of the sides has the 4 to 5 foot shoulder. The other side has a 3 to 4.
So it works out to.
One side is okay.
And the other side's got poles.
The other side is poles.
There's poles.
There's poles there, yeah, yeah,
So we can't move the poles.
right,
Right.
right. Okay, so walking down the road, and, because typically you're supposed to be safe and face oncoming traffic. So walking down the road one way, you're safe, the other way, you're almost safe. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question or point that I wanted to bring up was regarding what's the ordinance itself and the ability of the town council to change the ordinance. And you've said time and again that you are working with the ordinances as they're written, and that is your only, that's what you're bound to, and that's your responsibility.
Well said.
And I just wanted to read in the Town of Gray, the town council rules. There are actually rules as they apply to the planning board. And the duties, and the second duty of the planning board actually says the board shall be responsible for the constant supervision of the zoning and subdivision of the zoning and subdivision ordinances, and for recommendations to the town council for changes in each. And also, planning board duty number 4 says the board shall offer advice and assistance and make recommendations to the town council, town manager, and other town committees and staff as needed or requested. So I think that within your duties, not only do you have the opportunity or the ability to influence town council, according to this, you have the duty to do it if necessary. So I hope that you take that and use that to you know, if the situation warrants it.
No. Just so that you do know that we do have a liaison from the council here who sits at all our meetings. Presently, it's Mr. Mancini. Put your hand up, Lou, so they can see you. At him over there. And we assume, and it's always worked this way, that the liaison, if we bring up an issue or that the person sees an issue, they bring it back to the council, shares that with the council, and then it would be up to the council to make whatever recommendation or rule or do whatever they think is necessary.
I have been attending town council meetings for, you know, the duration of this situation, and I don't personally feel that Mr. Mancini is accurately representing all of the issues that are being brought up here. Most particularly, I don't know that it was clearly communicated, and I understand a lot of these things, especially when the lawyers are involved, are very complex, and there's a lot that's covered, and obviously he can't cover all that we're talking about here. He has to condense it down. But I really felt that the town council didn't get the sense that Mr. Dale had communicated that they actually have the authority to change the DEP phrasing in the ordinance, that it just did not seem to be communicated as clearly as it might have been.
Well, I cannot, nobody here at the table here tonight can speak for the town council.
Right.
All right? The town has different organizations. There's the council, there's the planning board, the ZBA, all these different organizations. They can look at the tapes, or some of them even actually look at, you know, I'm not sure that I would want to, but they do. They will watch us and see what we're doing. Doug Webster over there, hand up. Doug over there, he goes and talks to the different boards, the different organizations, and the different people in different positions. So I'm sure that the town council is getting information. I mean, I know that the citizens down there at LeGros Road have gone to the council and explained their position several times. I'm sure that everybody is aware of the ramifications of what we're dealing with. But just so you do understand, we have certain things that we can weigh in on. We have certain things that we cannot weigh in on. And we have the rest of it that we have to look at and try to come to a conclusion based on what's going to be good for the people in the town, every one of us. And the Story Brothers, their gravel pit, their land over there, they're just one of us. They have the right to be here, just like you have the right to be here. Absolutely. And we're trying to get as much information as we can, and when we finally get to a vote on this thing, everybody's concerns and positions will be taken into consideration. That I can promise you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I would also encourage every one of you, to the extent that you are able to communicate with the town council regarding this matter and the ordinance.
And just for your information, I do know Mr. Mancini. He's a friend of mine. And I think he actually does a pretty good job, because I know he has, you know, we've talked, and he said, yeah, I go over and I talk to him, I tell him about it. So I think he's doing a better job than you think.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Sir?
Dennis Durgan from Durgan Sand and Gravel.
I thought you looked familiar.
I believe there was a question on the reclaiming process, the bond for the reclaiming.
Oh, yes, yeah.
The one that seems to work the best, and it was accepted by the town, is to buy a CD, and it includes the DEP and the company name, which cannot, you know, it can't be cashed unless the DEP signs it. And
But, Mr. Durgan, I do appreciate it, but I would have to kind of cut you short there, because we've already taken the reclamation of the pit issue off the table, because we can't weigh in on it. It's not up to us, it's up to DEP. So good, bad, or indifferent, you know, we're gonna blame Augusta.
Okay, hours of operation. I don't know of another gravel pit in the area that starts after 7 o'clock. You know, most, we have a couple of gravel pits in the town that start at 4:30.
I know, I hear you sometimes.
Yeah. Our pit, we start at 7. We work from 7 to 5, and we don't seem to be having any complaints at all about that. So I guess that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Chairman Hutchings, members of the committee, my name's James Cody, and I will outright say I'm not a resident of this town. I'm the president and CEO of the Associated Builders and Contractors of Maine, and I was debating about getting up to thinking that, do I have relative information to this discussion? And I just wanted to bring up 3 points very quickly. The first is the start time in the morning. I would respectfully disagree that 8 o'clock start time puts any company at, right now, under the margins that our industry is working under, extreme disadvantage compared to other towns and areas where operators are operating. The second point is, I have spoken with Maine DOT regarding whether or not there is distinction between the safety in and around gravel pits compared to other entryways. And there is no data available to suggest that. And I would be happy to provide more information on that or contact information if that is helpful in any way. And the last point I would like to make is that Story Brothers are a member of mine. I'm not here being paid tonight. And everything that I have experienced with them is that they go above and beyond with our industry. I highly suspect they'll do the same, and I think they're being extremely cooperative in this negotiation. And I
We're not disagreeing with you.
No, I didn't say you were. But I would just support them to that end.
Okay. Thank you. What was your first name again?
James Cody.
James, okay. Anybody else? Okay, then we'll get back to what we were doing. Bill's got a point. What's his point?
We'll find out.
He's got to get up and talk.
Part of the book.
Got the book, so he's found something.
There
If
must
you
be an-
managed to go through the 2,000 pages in that period of time, my hat's off to you, sir.
I have.
Excellent.
Mr. Chairman, one of the issues you asked me, a half hour ago, and I've been looking at, as other people have been speaking, relates to the hours of operation. And we've heard, and I agree with this, that the fellow from the Maine DEP said that's not an issue that Maine DEP regulates. So query, does that leave it as an open issue that this board can regulate, since it's not precluded by your DEP preemption provision? I have an answer for you, but there's also a practical consideration for you to take into account. I'm looking in the gravel pit provisions of, I think it's Article 11 of the zoning ordinance, and I'm looking on my book, it's on page 127, and it's paragraph J that talks about level of noise, which of course is an issue with gravel pits because they tend to work in the summer when we all have our windows open and it's light out at 5 or 6 in the morning. The noise provisions in the gray ordinance that you may be able to use here with regard to hours of operation talk about a noise limit between 6 in the morning and 7 in the morning. You will recall that Mr. Palmer, on behalf of his applicant, said that they limit themselves Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, right? Your ordinance, should you want to fall back on your ordinance, talks about a noise limit between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. One needs to ask oneself, gosh, do I want to rely on this ordinance that talks about 6 in the morning to 7 at night when I have an applicant saying we're willing to do 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon? The next provision of this also talks about a Sunday limit of only being such and such noisy on Sunday. Again, with an applicant who said, we're willing to just do Monday through Friday. So while I think because the DEP doesn't regulate hours, that the planning board can, if you regulate hours, one of the things you're gonna look at is this paragraph J I just referenced that talks about what they're gonna do at 6 in the morning all the way to 7 at night, and what this applicant's gonna do on Sunday. I would say as a practical matter, the offer from the applicant looks way better than the provisions in your ordinance. That's just your view on that, can be what you want to do. I would just suggest the offer may be better than your ordinance allows. You might do well to the extent you're reasonably sensitive to the next door neighbors who don't want to hear the tailgates clanging at 5 in the morning, understandably so. The 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. offer by the applicant Monday through Friday looks way better than your ordinance that talks about 6 in the morning to 7 at night and talks about such and such noise
Right.
restriction on Sundays.
Bill, I think what that's called is belaboring the obvious. Thank you very, very much. We do appreciate it, but I'm sure that Mr. Palmer's very magnanimous gesture will be duly considered.
I don't know that the applicant's engineer's offer is magnanimous. Let me just suggest to you, it's better than what's in your ordinance. Whether it was magnanimously motivated or not, it's better than what's in your ordinance.
It is, you're right. Thank you very much, sir. All right, Doug, did you you say something?
Yeah.
Oh, you did, I thought it was.
We have the authority to control the hours of operation, is that correct?
But we would have to then
But-
look at the
Yeah,
order.
no, hear me out, Mr. Chair. And the Story Brothers has submitted a 7 to 5. And that's realistic for you? I mean, and if there is a noise issue or there is a problem, whom do they contact code enforcement that the dump trucks were clanging, or do they contact the DEP?
The town.
Fair enough, thank you.
Okay.
So we have limited.
All right. Do you want to, we can continue. All right. 9 o'clock. Hey, the rest of you people, I'm sure there's other people here for the rest of this. We will get to you, we promise. Maybe a little later. All right. So do you want to go back and start with hours of operation? Because that was the first one. No, excuse me. Oh, let's do hours of operation.
I think
That's
we
easy to
should
do.
cover that, since we
Hours
just
of
talked about it.
operation? Sure.
Let's talk
Okay,
about it,
let's
come
talk
to a
about it.
resolution.
Okay, all right. Since you brought it up, you start.
Okay, fair
All
enough. Before the opinion and after the opinion, I believe that we did have the authority to regulate the hours. I guess my feeling is that it seems like a reasonable proposal that they put out there. I mean, obviously, 8 to 5 would be better for the neighbors, but given what they could do, and, you know, given that it's a construction industry and the typical hours that you would operate in that industry, I think that what they offered is a fair and reasonable compromise.
I agree. John?
The only, if memory serves, somewhere on one of the numerous meetings we've gone through on this, you're not storing trucks there, you're gonna be firing them up down in Cumberland and bringing them here, so, and then at night, come 5 o'clock, the gates are closed. So, will the, I know how hairs are being split around here. Are the trucks gonna be rolling into the pit at 6:30 or 7:30? Because I don't want anybody to get the idea that we've got a 7 to 5 operation when the trucks are rolling in at 6:30 in the morning. 7 o'clock. Fair enough.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, if I might, it is standard practice for development applications in front of the Maine DEP, and it ought to be in front of the Gray Planning Board. I hope it is, but if it's not, let me suggest it. That should you end up with this application granting an approval, you would attach to it what the Maine DEP attaches to all of its approvals, which is colloquially referred to as standard condition of approval number 1, which is everything you've said and promised, all the pretty pictures, Mr. Applicant, you're stuck with. And in regard to that, John's question to, are you a Story? Yes. Mr. Story, that you're not gonna bring your trucks in here until 7, and by the way, your trucks are off at your off-site location in Cumberland, and the trucks would at least leave here by 5 to go back to Cumberland. That would be subsumed within what is colloquially referred to as standard condition number 1. That's what they've promised, that's what they're stuck with. If at some point they want to change that, they would have to come back to you, the neighbors would have to be notified, and we have to go through this exercise again. So, well, no, but I want everybody to understanding, both on the planning board side, the neighbors, and the applicant, Mr. Story's application has said they're not going to use this site other than 7 in the morning to 5 at night, Monday through Friday. They're stuck with that, and that's to everybody's benefit. Now, it's to the Story Brothers' benefit, they can use it during those times, but the board gets to say, to the benefit of the neighbors, the applicant is stuck with that. And if for some reason the applicant is desperate to start at 6 in the morning, it would have to come back here and ask you, and we go through this again for that,
Yep.
okay? So, John, understand, that's not just sort of a pretty promise that dissipates in the air. And I don't know, Doug, do you put that standard condition of approval on your application? Okay, so that's something they're stuck with. They've made the promise, great. To the extent you ultimately grant an approval, they're stuck with that. Everyone to change it, have to come back and ask for amendment.
Yep. And just so you'll know, okay, I've been on the board for 14 years,
All right?
and every single approval that we have ever made begins with standard condition 1, which says that anything the applicant says they will or won't do, they got it.
Right.
Yep.
And just so everybody understands, it's so development applicants or anybody else coming before administrative boards doesn't show you a pretty picture when you vote and then not deliver on it. And so this is to protect against that.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Bill. Okay, so we'll walk to you. You?
Well, obviously, none of the neighbors were concerned about the time, and none came and said that they...
They're still here. So.
I know, but they...
Oh,
nobody's-
you mean about the operation?
Yeah, nobody said that they agreed with my thoughts of 8 AM, so I'm going to withdraw that
Okay.
and go back to what they proposed, is to open at 7.
Well, I think we just, yeah. Jason?
No, I think what they have, or they've offered, they did go beyond what they've done. Plus, as a segue into the letter from the superintendent, so we don't forget that.
Right.
Buses are going into that road probably around that time.
Yeah, well, that's, you know.
So that's starting time at 7 o'clock, I think is fine.
Yep, okay. And I actually agree with that also, so the Story Brothers, this applicant, can be assured that as part of the approval, when it gets there, we'll have this in there, and you guys have agreed to it. Mr. Palmer is working for you, and he's made that gesture. So, anyway, so item number 6 is now off the table. Which leaves us with items 2, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Now, let's see if we can,
And some of them are interrelated.
yes, they still are, yeah, okay. So the first one up was site plan review applicability. Bill Dale's 1211 letter states that the same principle that governs Article 11 applies to SPR. Does the PB agree with this, and or is further clarification or information needed? That seems to me to be speaking to what we're going to require, and if we can.
It speaks to the board's authority for, if the board has authority for which site plan elements.
Bill, you're back.
I am, Mr. Chairman, to maybe help facilitate this, given the
Thank you.
lateness of the hour and the importance of the issue. I confess to having gotten a little bit lost on the neighbors' comments and perhaps my misunderstanding of the directions north and south connectors here. Mr. Chairman, can you help me? Where do you think we ended up between the comments that the young lady gave about what the school said today about, well, the school bus may or may not go there depending on one end or the other, and then the other young lady that talked about her farm and their horse trailer and so forth? Can you help me, Mr. Chairman, maybe, or board members, where did we end up with what sort of the neighbors' concerns were about the two ends of the road, whether we need to keep them both open or shut one? I confess to having gotten lost on the sort of the factual presentations of the neighbors. And
Well, let me see if I can help you out. The south end of the road,
towards Gray Village.
correct.
I strongly suggest we use Lewiston and Gray, just because
The
of.
village end, the
The s-
Gray Village end.
The south gray end of the road.
Yep.
Okay,
Of the hill. You're just gonna push that one until it screams.
all right. It's pretty obvious that trucks weighing 80,000 pounds are not going to do very well if they had to come out the lower end or the north end or the Lewiston end of the road, turn right and go all the way up the hill. So I don't think anybody's going to argue the point that the trucks are going to have to go out and go up Foster Hill Road, where it intersects with LeGros Road, and then come out onto Route 100, which is closer to Gray than it is to Lewiston. Okay? I believe what I'm hearing,
Let me stop you there, make sure. What you're saying is you think that the gravel pit operators aren't gonna wanna have their heavy dump trucks come out onto the Lewiston end and then start up that hill. Heavy truck from a dead stop, that's gonna be real slow getting going. Is that what you're saying?
I think, yeah, the laws of physics were going to make that work just exactly the way you've just described, yes.
Okay, yep, keep going.
Okay. So, for that aspect of it, okay, when they come out onto the gray end of the road, Foster Hill Road,
Yep.
that intersection needs to be looked at.
Because you're saying as a practical matter, that looks like, in all likelihood, where the dump trucks are gonna come out. They're gonna come out at that intersection, not the,
And that's what Al was telling us, I believe. That's where they're gonna come out.
okay.
I certainly wouldn't want to drive well, I don't want to drive a dump truck anyway, but I wouldn't think something that weighs that much, you'd want to
Right.
grind up over that hill every trip,
Yep,
okay?
yep.
Okay, so that being said, there is an issue with that intersection,
Which intersection?
the gray side, the
The gray
gray
village end.
intersection.
Where these trucks, in all likelihood, are gonna come out. Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, okay?
yep,
Another issue is the condition of LeGros Road. How are we going to deal with that?
yep,
I think that is a big issue.
yep.
And then,
Bonding.
bonding for that, or how are we gonna deal with that? And then Lynn Gallagher brought up a point that said she has been in contact with the school, as we have, okay? And we seem to be getting two different stories.
There's
And-
Crystal
and-
McGuire.
And what was it?
I'm
that
sorry,
you-
Crystal
Crystal
McGuire.
McIntyre.
I was, yeah.
And
wasn't-
what, and what was it?
These were
Is
the
it
road.
McGuire or McIntyre?
McIntyre.
Lynn, yeah, Crystal McIntyre.
And what was it Mrs. McIntyre said that she'd heard from the school today?
She apparently has heard that the buses would have a hard time getting in and out of the road the way it is, and they may not want to do it unless that intersection is fixed, and they may not want to do it unless there's two ways in and out. We don't know this, and I don't know if Doug can to address that.
I can, I think I can. I
You
can
think I-
partially at least.
Okay.
Little train that could. My understanding from talking with Steve LaValle, who talked with I forget his name, with an M, with the SAD that's in charge of transportation, was that the SAD was in favor of closing off the Lewiston side intersection of Foster Hill and Route 100 and making improvements to the Gray Village side.
The north, south,
South, Don.
south, right.
And that was part of one of the reasons that the district is currently apprehensive to send buses down LeGros is because there's not what they consider anyway to be a safe intersection, a safe way to get back onto Route 100.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, absolutely.
Doug, is it your understanding from the school's transportation director, in taking into account what this young lady said? About her-
Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal McIntyre said with her discussion today, that if that southerly Gray Village end intersection were fixed up in some fashion to make it a more easy access for the school buses, that with that proviso, yes, the school buses would go down and pick up the little kids,
Well, the big kids.
or all of the kids.
All the kids.
She's right there.
Yep. Hurry up, quick.
Nancy, wherever you are, this is Crystal McGuire again.
McIntyre.
McIntyre.
It's the road.
I'll get it eventually.
I
Maybe.
was told today that if the bottom end is closed, they will not come down the road. If the Lewiston end is shut off, they will not come down.
Who did you talk to? Do you have a name?
Yes, it is. Who?
Vicki Burns isn't there
No.
anymore.
She's not there.
No. It was Diane, and then the superintendent actually called me back and left a message, and I could not get back to him tonight before they were closed.
The superintendent is Bruce Beasley.
Yes.
I think,
Do we understand from this, though, that at least, assuming what Ms. McIntyre says is correct, the school would like both ends open,
At least.
but would also like the Gray Village end improved?
I think I'm seeing what's happening here.
Please.
I think what's happening, when you talk with the school district, when I talked to Steve LaValle this afternoon, he was very clear that the SAD was in favor of closing off the hear me out, of closing off the Lewiston end and making improvements to the Gray Village end. If that is the case, my understanding from talking to Steve LaValle is that the school district would be happy with that because they have a safe intersection. When you talked with the school district today, that makes perfect sense, because if there were no improvements made, they would want both ends open. So I think when you got your information today, that's correct with existing conditions. Well, I think what we're trying to bring closure to is where can we end up that's going to help the gravel pit and the SAD.
I have a question while I'm here, if it's okay. It
Sure.
relates. As far as the buses changing their route or not changing their route and the gravel company starting their operations, is the road going to be changed before they can start or not?
Just for a matter of practicality, I can just tell you how I would feel about it, but I bet everybody else is going to feel the same way. We're not going to approve the gravel pit until we understand how the kids, the school bus, and that is going to be taken care of. That's going to come first. There's
Okay.
no question, period.
Thank you.
And let me throw my 2 cents on. To the extent you should grant an approval with conditions. It goes without saying, the conditions must be done before the applicant can start.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, Doug and Mr. Chairman, just so we're all together, I think what we're all hearing then is the school saying, if you aren't gonna make improvements at the village end, then keep both ends of the road open. But if the preferable outcome would be close the Lewiston end, but make improvements to the Gray Village end. Is that where and I think that is consistent with what the young lady heard from the school as well, all right?
Yep.
So we're
And
all.
you have articulated very well what we're talking about.
Okay.
All right.
Now, one last question, if I might, to you, Doug. There has been some discussion that the state of Maine might have some money to kick in towards making this road intersection improvement, right? There's been some discussion about that?
Specifically in regards to the Lewiston end, that's correct.
The Lewiston end. We have now been talking about closing the Lewiston end and
That's
making
correct.
improvements on the Gray Village end.
The discuss,
There's a cost to removal?
right around,
We want to get, I think, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
Again, to clarify it, based on Mr. Dale's question, closing it, closing the northerly leg, the Lewiston end, has a cost. You have to remove the pavement, you need to loam and seed where the pavement was, and DOT requires planting of trees at each end. So there'd be basically 3 locations that they would want trees planted to discourage people from still driving across the grass. There is a cost to that. That cost is what DOT has entertained participating with the town from a cost-sharing
Do
standpoint.
you know what the cost is and what the state's share would be?
The town made application to the state. It was for $16,500. The state's contribution to that would be $8,250. It's gone through the first round of review and received a favorable recommendation. And February 9th, it would receive the final.
And as we're here tonight, do those numbers still look good?
Yes.
So it's $16,000 to close the Lewiston end, and the state would pay half of it, $8,000.
exactly.
And somebody needs to
Yep.
pay the other $8,000.
And we will get to the somebody as we go along.
Right, understood. Okay.
Yep.
I just think that's helpful maybe to get all those.
Yep, that's the way I understand it too. But when Crystal McIntyre came up, I got it written down now, it was a little bit disconcerting, and I agree. But if that, in fact, is how it's going to work out, then that's probably the way it's going to be. So the questions were, what are we going to be dealing with? So I guess what we're talking about here, yes, I knew you had to get back up. So what we have to do here is deal with closing the Lewiston end, fixing the Gray end, correct?
Yep. And closing the Lewiston end probably has somebody, We're gonna have to pay $8,000 for that.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Then fixing the Gray Village end, Doug, is there a
$25.
$25,000, yeah? Yep.
Yep, bonding for the road.
And the bonding for the road, and Mr. Palmer, have you folks gotten an estimate of what that bond to cover the LeGros Road would be? If you had to pay a bond, buy a bond?
And remember, Al, you haven't done any digging yet.
Right. That's the direction we were moving before we had the request from town staff of, rather than doing a bond, we would like to see physical improvements, because based on the last meeting, it appeared that the town did not have authority to require the south improvements or the north improvements. It was the structural capacity of the road. We were proceeding on that. The town asked us to consider, in lieu of a bond, doing physical improvements. So I think there's still the question I have is, at the last meeting, I thought it was very clear that the planning board's authority was limited to the structural capacity of the road versus the physical improvements at the intersections.
But what we're telling you is that we think we do have authority, considering that the school district is involved with the children.
Could you-
So, just a minute, let me finish, then you're gonna get a shot at me, okay? What we're probably going to request or require is that the road modifications on the Foster Hill Road be as described. In addition to that, the condition of the LeGros Road will have to be taken into consideration.
Assuming that was the direction, we assume that the board will be specific relative to under what provisions of the ordinance those physical improvements are being required, so that that's clear, just so that everybody has it for the record. Relative to your original question, or Bill's original question, relative to an amount for the bond, that work has not been done yet because we haven't drilled the holes. What I can tell you is, to my knowledge, there's 2 bonds in place within the town. Again, I don't know if Doug's done any additional research. The Mancini operation on Mayall Road is a 30-acre pit. It has a $50,000 bond for the entire length of Mayall Road, so that the town does not post Mayall Road at all. So that,
Just so you will understand, just a minute, John, just so you do understand, okay? Prior situations have no precedent on what we're
No, I
dealing
know.
with. Okay, so you can bring it up,
Right.
but we're not gonna consider that.
okay. I believe Rick has done some calculations.
Please introduce yourself.
Rick Story, Story Brothers. Yeah, we,
So you'd be another story.
yeah, I'm another
Okay.
story, right. We did a calculation there as far as reclaiming and putting down 2 inches of binder on the 1,600 feet of, so that'd be from the pit entrance to Foster Hill Road.
Okay.
So if that road and that section broke down, we would figure on reclaiming it, which would be grinding up that pavement and then reinstalling 2 inches of
Right.
binder.
The specificity of what you'd have to do, we would have to have Mr. LaValle, he'd have to weigh in on this, and it would have to be peer-reviewed by the town engineer. Well, not the primary town engineer, the secondary engineer, because the primary engineer's standing behind you. And we'd have to have Doug deal with that. So I can't speak to whether that, what you're saying is good, bad, or indifferent.
It's good.
Ms.
Okay.
Story, did you have a number, though?
We came up with a number of $37,000.
Okay. All right. So we can't, the reclamation of the pit is off the table. We're not dealing with that. So what we're dealing with, it appears to me, is the status of the LeGros Road, status of how we treat the entrances, dependent on what the school district will give us for information.
And the other question, Mr. Chairman, for the applicant's engineer is, beyond this 37,000 that Mr. Story just testified to, would be the actual out-of-pocket costs for the applicant to have Gillespie engineers go off and do those core samples for the road, right? You're gonna have to pay them something.
We would have to pay them something again if
Give me a number.
I believe the borings were $6,000.
Who gets to say where the holes are?
That was what was agreed between SW Cole and Gillespie.
Okay.
We were ready to turn the key on that. but, yeah.
So what else would you like to know, Bill?
Well, I guess, Mr. Palmer, I'm sure can tell where my math is going here.
The one point, while Mr. Dale's doing his math, and I'll check it with a calculator.
Remember, he is an attorney, not a mathematician,
Right.
but go ahead.
And these
As-
hours are billable.
As proposed in our December 27th letter, and I want to just bring this up so that it doesn't get lost. Obviously, we cannot repave the intersection of Foster's Hill and Route 100 this month, and we can't do it next month. What we
Really?
proposed was to go in and do the clearing along Route 100 to obtain the minimum site distance standards for DOT in the town prior to any work being done at the pit, so that you have the site distance standards met before any work occurs. They would then be able to operate the pit, keeping both the north and south intersections open so that nothing is closed, and to complete the work by, I believe we put in there, July 15th. So that way, you meet the site distance standards, you keep the intersections open so that the busing can take place because both are open. But it allows the operation to commence because we're at a time of year that you just can't do the paving.
But as soon as the weather gets warm in May and June, you can do the paving.
Right.
And by July 15, you'd have it all done.
Correct.
And I'm assuming, Mr. Palmer, that the $8,000 unmatched by the state of Maine to close the northerly end, and this $25,000 we're talking about the southerly or Gray Village end, which totals $33,000, would be more attractive to the developer than the $43,000.
Correct. And that was the discussions we had. We basically went through that math on the December 21st meeting of this is what the bonding cost would be and how we came up with that. We actually talked about improvements at the north end and Story Brothers doing that. Again, there's the pool of money, doing that, doing the improvements at the south end, and we even talked about, you know, the shoulders along the roadway. So all of that was vetted out with the staff, and staff followed up with what the clear width could be. And the focus then shifted to the request from the town, and that was at least my impression was, we would rather see you do the left column than the right column.
Okay.
Bill, could I ask a question? And it's just a question. We have this gravel pit proposed to come in for a period of 12 to 15 years. They are going to make use of an intersection that right now is dangerous. I think you're wincing, Bill, but
No, I'm wincing because I did this once with my kids. I had them in and they used a non-erasable marker and they wrote all sorts of swear words on a whiteboard. And I said, well, that's fine, we'll erase them. And they wouldn't erase. And I see that what I've written here in red erases quite nicely and what I've written here in black doesn't.
okay. Now I know why you winced.
Yeah, I think-
Brian,
So
in the
Story
control
Brothers-
room, it was Mr. Dale. We can take that out of his, whatever, okay?
I think Story Brothers also just bought a new whiteboard.
It's a wet.
No way.
It's not a.
Okay, so
So
what's your
my-
point, Peter?
Well, my question is, in my opinion, as a citizen of Gray, forget about the fact that I'm on the planning board,
You want a new whiteboard?
no, is that the intersection needs to be improved so that Story Brothers gravel truck drivers can safely negotiate the the turning and the use of that intersection. To me, that's a must.
It's not so.
Why?
The intersection can meet DOT site distance standards.
Al, you're missing
Well,
something.
I'm not saying as far as this winter.
No, but I mean,
No, Al, you're missing something, okay? If we close off the road and fix that other one, the school, that's the only way the school bus is gonna go in there. So it's basically what the school is, if the buses are gonna go in there, that's one thing. If the buses aren't gonna go in there, I'll tell you right now,
That's part of it.
right, but if both rope and the buses will go in it, is what I got from Doug.
I think, but, well, again, in my opinion, that's a dangerous intersection because of the angle.
Right. And that's why originally, 3 months ago, that's what we proposed to the town. When Mr. Dale, excuse me, came back and said, it's the structural capacity of the road that the board has authority to. We then shifted to saying, okay, we'll go out and do the borings, we'll do the bond. The town then came back to us and said, we want you to basically go back to your original proposal in lieu of that because we feel it's a better improvement. So.
Again, where I was headed was, in my opinion, for the safety of Rob's trucks, for the safety of the SAD 15 school buses, that intersection needs to be corrected. That's all I'm saying, and that's my opinion.
That's this thing right here.
That's correct. But I also feel as though, I mean, you're still planning to operate the pit during the winter months? That's in your DEP permit?
They're shutting down.
Because if it isn't, it darn well should be.
We have not put in the seasonal, what I'll call the seasonal limitations. What we have represented to the board is under.
Standard condition number one. Yeah.
Is that the primary operation, in Rick, right here.
Yep.
And half of the other families here.
Yep.
Is that their intent is December 15th to February 15th, March 15th, to haul from this facility to Cumberland.
Correct.
Stockpile at the Blackstrap facility in Cumberland.
Yep.
If there is a week of rain in the summertime that they are shut down on a project, they may haul out of this pit so that they're not having people laid off.
Okay, well,
If
and
they
that's
have a-
fine,
If
that's
they have a
fine.
project in Gray,
And that's fine, and I know Rick mentioned about going north to Lewiston
right.
in the same situation, and
So
that's
there would be
fine,
limited operation outside of that winter.
and that's fine. But my point is that if that should happen, in my opinion again, because to me, that's just a little country road that's been paved over the years, that is really gonna damage the road.
It's actually better to operate it when the road is frozen.
I agree, that's what I'm saying.
And that's why they want to do
And
it that way.
and I totally agree, that's why I said the winter months.
Right.
I didn't even put dates on it, I just said the
Yep.
winter month. But if the situation occurs that you've got something up in Lewiston you're working on during the summer and you want to use the material from there, that's going to be much more damaging to the road. My opinion is, in the bottom line, in 12 to 15 years, that road is going to get pounded to ribbons. And again, that's my opinion. So my opinion here, as a planning board member, is that should be bonded. Because I just think the road is going to get damaged.
If I might, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
to Mr. John, one of the things, don't go way out. One of the things we think we've heard here is that the town's public works director, Mr. LaValle, has said, gee, that road's pretty good, and it probably should be able to take the weight of these, well, hear me
I
out.
understand,
He-
yeah.
Take the weight of the trucks, particularly if they're limited to winter, when the road and the ground's frozen.
Sure.
And your rejoinder is, I think, yeah, that makes sense, except what the applicant has said is, there are gonna be some exceptions when we use it when it's not frozen, to which.
And that's,
No, no,
I
it's
would
a-
expect that.
A practical
Yeah.
reality, at the risk of, maybe it's not obvious, it seems obvious to me, gee, a way to accommodate those is a restriction on the number of days per year outside December 15 to March 15 that they can use it. And, well,
Yeah.
but Peter, I just offer it for your
Yeah.
consideration, to limit it to, I'll make up a number, 30 days per year outside, and if that's not right, if it's 60 or if it's 15, you all can figure out, but make a numerical restriction. Other than December 15 to March 15, you can use it when it's not frozen, so it's a little more vulnerable to deteriorating. 30 calendar days in that long summer period. Okay,
And I
Al, I don't
guess-
know if 30 is the right number or whatever. You see what I'm saying, Pete?
Yeah, and I do. And I guess from the neighbor's position, that's probably wise. Because I think the deal was they weren't gonna be doing much of that during the good weather months.
The
That
only,
was,
the
go back
only-
to standard condition number one at the first meeting. But where I was coming from was the condition of LeGros Road at the end of the gravel pit. That's all. Because I sincerely think there won't be much left. We'll know more once the cores are cut. But, I mean, to me, it's a little farm road that Lynn's family and predecessors have used, and that over the years it's been improved and paved, so I mean, I'd be shocked. You know, I see Rick's big triaxles, I know what they weigh, you know, that's all. That's the only thing I was saying was, in my opinion, that because of safety issues, because of the school situation, that intersection should be improved at the top of the hill and the LeGros Road should be bonded. That's my opinion.
Peter, White Brothers hauled out of that during the 80s and hauled thousands of yards out of there.
Okay.
And to my knowledge, there's been nothing done to that road. And they hauled primarily in the summertime.
Rick, I would expect that Steve LaValle, if he was here tonight, would say, oh, I repaved that road in 1991.
They repaved it, but they never shimmed it up or nothing.
That's okay, because Steve has a steady program of,
So,
that's
just,
all I'm saying.
there was another gravel pit down there.
I
that
I
was
wasn't
operated
aware.
out of.
Yeah.
the proposal, I'll call it that Mr. Dale proffered of limiting the time outside of winter is acceptable.
Yep.
The only thing I would condition it on, or recommend that you condition on, Steve's gonna post the road during the spring.
Correct.
He posts the road,
Yep.
and he can post it in the spring, and he can post it in the fall. So the only,
What do you mean you posted in the fall?
he could post it in the fall like he does in the spring. Say if you came to October 15th, and we've had 12 inches of rainfall, and he's concerned that the road is saturated,
Yep.
he can post it in the fall.
Sure.
It's not typically done, but he can
Correct.
do that and post it until the road is frozen. So the only twist I would do to Mr. Dale's proposal is that it would be 30 days of operation outside of the winter when the road is not posted. So that way, there's no, because the other operation in town is able to haul when the roads are normally posted. And we're not looking to do it because we know that it could do damage when the road should be posted.
And again, to be fair with the neighbors, this is kind of moving a little bit from where I think we started. I'd have to look at the minutes. But, and I'm trying to be fair to Story Brothers. I was a contractor, as Rick knows. But, you know, this is a tough situation. We've got a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood that this gravel pit is going into. And, you know, I'm trying to find a compromise that's fair with both parties.
Yeah.
Rick may not think that at the moment, but I am trying to be fair. And I think this is moving a little bit because, you know, the way it was first presented, as I recollect, was there really wasn't gonna be too much activity during the summer months. And now we're opening the window up to 30 days. And again, I'm trying to be fair because I know what it's like to be a contractor, and Rick doesn't know when he might have a job in Lewiston or might have a job in Yarmouth and wants to use this
In
pit.
deference to Al, though, he did say that he said there might be 2 or 3 weeks, or 3, 4 weeks, whatever,
Yeah,
that they
again, I
would
don't
have to use it.
remember.
That was said, it was articulated in
And
deference.
I would also like to say to Peter, I made up the 30 days completely, just
Sure.
on the notion
Yeah.
that a
Understand.
number would be a way, if that number should be 10, so be it, if that number should be 60, so be it. I just thought that would be a mechanism outside your December 15 to March 15, let's say.
Yep.
And I think to the benefit of the neighbors, now, I suspect neighbors like 10 better than 60, but to the benefit of the neighbors and frankly to Doug and his office about enforcing, and frankly for Story Brothers, that there's a specific number. that's way better than some subjective thing that you can't do it too much, which is so BSy, nobody really
right. No,
knows
we-
what
we
that
got it.
means.
We-
I
that's-
think there's a lot to be said for a number for the neighbors, and frankly, Story Brothers, and for the town as enforcing. Come up with a number, and we can count it,
Okay.
and it's X. I
All right,
just-
we're gonna keep
Mr.
going.
Chair,
here.
can I
Yes,
weigh in here?
You certainly can.
I think for the first act of this meeting, we did a really good job of systematically going through and picking items off, and we're sort of coming off the rails a little bit here. The conversation's going around a lot of different areas between seasonal operation, bonding, the entrance to the road. So I think we need to kind of reel it in to the extent we can and take one thing at a time.
I don't disagree with you.
With respect to Peter's comments on the entry, you know, I agree with him. And I believe the applicant would agree that it's not safe or sufficient right now, and it needs to be improved. Now, if you remember from 2 or 3 meetings ago, there's a couple different options to improve it. And I believe what we need to do here is to basically require something that meets the ordinance, whatever authority we have, and the safety aspects. So there's a couple ways that could be done. It could be done with clearing at the existing entrances or the new entrance across from I think it's Dean and Allen. So there's couple different ways we can go, but we can't necessarily require them to do more than what's required. As in, we can't require them to put a new entrance in and close something. That is not something that, it's nice to have, sure, we would like to have it, but we can't require them, or shouldn't require them to do that. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind, because there's a few different options floating around. They could, I mean, all we can do is say, make it safe. And I believe Al came up to the podium at one of the meetings and said that they can do that by clearing the vegetation at the lower and upper, north and south, Gray and Lewiston at both ends. That's one way it could be done. And I don't want to speak for you, so if I'm wrong, please correct me. The second way, completely separate from that, is putting the new entrance in across from the, is it Dean and Allen?
Sear Auto.
That's the next one, Sear, that's the one I was thinking of, sorry. So, that's the other way, which seems to be the way that is preferable to everyone. I don't want to speak to everyone. I shouldn't say everyone. It's preferable to the applicant and a number of the board members. So there's a couple different things that could happen, and we're kind of mixing and matching.
We are. So, but I wanted to let everybody
So-
get that out just a minute. So what we'll do is we'll kind of we'll go to each member of the board. Let's speak to what Dan has just said, okay?
Just to wrap up, because I kind of got a little into it more than I wanted to. What I was going to suggest is, I think we need to determine under number 2 what our authority is as far as off the site. Where's the line? There's the pit that we know we have no jurisdiction over.
Right.
Then there's the stuff off the pit, the off-site impact of the road and the intersection, which I believe.
I do see you, but
Which I believe that we do have either site plan and/or safety authority over. Once we determine that, then we can determine what the best option for the entrance is as one item, and the bonding as another item, because we can't really, as you said before, we can't determine, we can't use the cost of different things
Okay.
as a determinant. We can only determine what meets the ordinance and what's safe.
Correct. All right.
Cost doesn't matter.
I agree.
to us.
Well, it isn't that it doesn't matter, it's that we are not supposed to take that into consideration. John, do you want to weigh in on this?
No, it does matter when all of a sudden we're start talking about spending town money or federal money at the other end.
No, John.
I want,
doesn't.
It can't.
It
your decision.
It doesn't, but there's a lot of realities that are going on here. the perception that the planning board is against gravel pits is a false one, and I wanted to come right out and say that, finally.
John,
Wait a minute.
let's just stick with the message.
I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with it, because
Yep.
this is, what I would like to ask, Al, and Story Brothers is, I do believe that we have the authority to, based on health, safety, and impact, to require, improvements at the Foster Hill entrance. Top, north, whatever. The top of the hill, I do believe that we have that authority to do that. And my concern is that, if we require it, is Story Brothers going to contest that? I'm looking for a way to stop having Bill Dale come and opine at these meetings, based on, I can't support this project if we cannot control and help the safety and impact of the residents of the town of Gray. And I do think the town council is being remiss.
Okay. Jason, you're up.
Basically concur with what Dan is saying. We got to get some type of goal alignment here, all the players involved as far as, we have letters from the superintendent, the bus is going to go here. We have to get clarification before we can make a decision off any information, period, from my standpoint. And while I have that, just, maybe there's a planning board theory that might just work out here, but understanding condition 1 with the whole road thing, if Story Brothers would be willing to say, the initial point I brought up, if we break it, we fix it, as far as the road is concerned, would that be viable? Sounds too simple to be good to be true, but,
No,
I think it's worth a shot.
It might be, if the applicant were to agree to that, yes.
In lieu of maybe some, the bonding and this and that, it would be, if there's no imaginary numbers on the board, perhaps that'd be one.
If the applicant agrees to it, yes.
So just out of curiosity.
You guys could build a road, I assume.
Just out of curiosity, okay, assume that that was a direction that we went, and that was part of it. Then, if what Jason is saying, you break it, you fix it, how do we know they broke it?
But and the answer is, tricky question, you don't necessarily. You may be able to, by witnesses, say who uses the most heavy trucks, it's the gravel pit, it's not my passenger car, and so forth.
Well, if we see cattle prints, we know it's not the cattle. Right? When it's not them, it would be the cattle.
But what you could do as an alternative to that is say to the applicant, you can choose, Mr. Applicant, either you break it, you fix it, with the risk that it might not have been you, it might have been White Brothers Construction drove through there in the night and did it, or you could elect to post a bond and just be done with it, and then you don't need to fuss about whether it was your fault or not. The bond's there, hey, you pay your premium for the bond, the town makes a claim against the bonding company, great, the bonding company in town work it out, and then the applicant says, great, I don't need to get in the middle of a fuss whether it was my fault or not.
Okay.
So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, for Jason's suggestion, is what you might do is rephrase that slightly, Jason, to have it an alternative for the applicant. The applicant might well say, you know what, because everybody likes certainty, and avoiding the expense of fussing about whose fault it was. Applicant, you want to have you break it, you fix it, or alternatively, put up the bond that the ordinance contemplates in the first place and just be done with it. And that
Yeah.
way, if it breaks, Mr. Applicant's not your fault, the bonding company in town will worry about fussing about it.
Ultimately, they'd have to decide regardless, right?
All right.
So,
So, trying to move this forward. Peter, do you want to weigh in on any more of this?
Just a small comment is I just think we should not lose sight of the Gallagher situation with the farm. I don't know how serious that is as far as navigating, out through the new entrance, whatever that is, ends up being, but I just don't think we want to lose sight of it, that's all.
Okay. Now, let's see, okay, before I weigh in, Doug, we'd like to hear from you.
Well, there's some unanswered questions, obviously, in terms of where the town's authority is. If I'm understanding where the town attorney's coming from at this point, there's limited site plan review authority and there's limited Article 11 authority. The the two issues on the table that are in the town's camp, if you will, are the structural integrity of LeGros and the bonding for LeGros. Those are the two issues.
Correct.
That's on one side of the ledger. On the other side of the ledger, we have the desired improvements to the Gray Village side and the Lewiston, and perhaps half of the Lewiston improvements. And so, trying to bring all this together, I mean, that's arguably one way to look at this whole stew here, is to look at that policy decision. Is it reasonable? Is it appropriate? I believe the mechanism is potentially in place for the town for the planning board to consider trading, if you will, the two items that it has legitimate authority for, structural integrity of LeGros and the bonding for LeGros, for the improvements, if the planning board feels as though if the planning board agrees with the waiver explanation that the applicant provided in his December 27th letter.
All right.
I mean, if we're trying to bring some things together, I think that's
And that's how you see it.
that's how I see it.
So I'm going to weigh in, and then we're going to go from there. The way I see it is this, Bill. One, we do have authority to deal with LeGros Road in whatever
Yes.
way, shape, or manner we desire, period. End of
Ultimately, it works out to that effect.
discussion. Okay. So that's off the table, not off the table, but that is not something that we need to negotiate, right? Right. Second, the school buses, and maybe I'm speaking just for myself, but I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, here's how I feel about that. I will not agree that the planning board of the town of Gray does not have the authority to weigh in if the safety of the kids are involved. End of discussion. If that goes however far it goes, good enough. That's where I'm gonna come down on, all right? I can't do it any other way. Can't do it.
Heard and
all right?
received. Heard and received.
Now, that being said, all right, I think what the next step would be is to get a definitive statement from SAD 15 in writing that says, provided that this, that, whatever, then we will deal with the buses going down LeGros Road, down Foster's Hill, and then down LeGros Road, all right? That being said, if you can come, and we can come to some kind of a conclusion, and either it's leave the roads just the way they are, or fix one end, close off the other, and the school buses can still go down there. That, I think, would probably be the best course of action. But I can't, and I don't think we should vote on this tonight. In fact, I'm not going to hold a vote on this, because we don't know exactly how the school district feels about that.
Right.
All right? So, that being said, where we're at is this. We've taken a bunch of the issues, they've been settled. As Crystal brought up the point that the school didn't want to do something and this happened, and Doug has brought up something that maybe it will, and so we're not sure where we're at that point. We need to have that information before we can go any further.
If I might, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
One other thing. Ms. Gallagher? Okay. Raised the issue, I think for your farm business, you would like to keep open the northerly entrance towards Lewiston? That's correct. Okay. Okay. And Mr. Palmer, the applicant, can you come up a sec? Applicant's representative. You heard Ms. Gallagher's comments about her farm operation and so forth. Do you know, in your dealings with MDOT, is it possible that that northerly entrance to the, what we'll call the Lewiston end there, could be closed to traffic generally, but some sort of modest, almost like driveway, could be left there so that Ms. Gallagher's local farm operation could use that without everybody else using it? Is that a possibility? I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too, as you
Right.
can tell. Right, well, no, I did, if I, just, let me ask Mr. Palmer, to the extent the board is concerned that we have a local business, Ms. Gallagher's farm operation, that thinks it needs to use the Lewiston end, but that otherwise it makes sense to close the Lewiston end generally to traffic, is there a way to have our cake and eat it too, to have that closed generally, but leave some sort of way for her farm operation to use
An
it?
agricultural right away?
Yeah, something, is that possible?
Probably not.
Stories isn't proposing to close it, just so you know that. The town is the one who wants to close that.
Yep.
So that's not being proposed by the applicant.
Understood.
I believe that the state wouldn't participate in that. They want, the only reason the state is willing to participate is that you're removing an intersection.
Yep.
So, in that case, the state, I don't believe, would participate. There is nothing that precludes you from leaving a narrower section. Say you only make it 12 feet wide instead of 24. I guess the question for Ms. Gallagher is one way better than the other? If it was an out for you, I think that would be the compromises, and similar to Two Rod Road. Two Rod Road was changed to being a one-way road. If it became a one-way road, would that,
One way out.
one way out,
The same direction.
would that work for you? Because I think that would be the compromise that you might be able to get with the state.
No, and I have a question, doesn't, that become the town property as of July first? Then, I was told by the town manager that Route 100 becomes part of the town as of July first.
I don't believe that's been decided
That's the
yet.
urban
That's a
compact
separate
issue.
issue. The state still has some control.
I'm trying to clarify things, but I did not help.
But you tried, and that's good. Okay, Al, thank you.
I need both ways to go.
Right, but that may not be possible, and as long as it's a public road, I guess I don't quite understand. I mean, you've got a 28-foot trailer. How long are these gravel trucks?
We have a 30-foot.
Well, 30-foot, 32-foot, whatever. But you've got animals in there.
Yes, and we have a 30-foot long, trailer to haul tractors as well.
But it's something that is legal for the road, correct? Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Comment here.
Yes.
As I'm looking at the conceptual intersection that Mr. Palmer provided to us, the option 2. I mean, I think, it seems to me what we need to do is we need to, first of all, give the school something to look at and say, yes, we would, or we would not go in and out of there. This option seems to me probably the best route to go. And if it's engineered for traffic to get in and out, loaded dump trucks to get in and out, school buses to get in and out, and 30-foot trailers to get in and out, then it should meet the need of everyone. So why wouldn't we focus on this as the option, have Al engineer it to meet the needs of the people that would use it, and then the Lewiston end is hopefully not even required because this meets the need of everyone. So
So we don't do anything to Lewiston now, just let it go.
you can let it go, or you could close it if the town
Okay.
wants to,
So
because
let's
it
do
wouldn't be
this.
needed.
Wait a minute.
And then we can get an answer from the school.
There's a couple of things that are going on here, so. Here's the deal. There's at least one other applicant here that we really have to deal with tonight. And it's already 10 o'clock. We don't know what the school district is going to say. We think we might, we're not absolutely sure. So I would propose that we table this to the next meeting. Have Doug deal with the school and get a definitive answer in writing, what they're willing to deal with or not deal with. Have Dan's proposal, you with me here on this, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. If, have Dan's proposal, have Al deal with it that way and see how that comes out. And that may actually end up solving just about all the problems.
Do we need this? Do we need a traffic survey up there so that we can determine which way to go here?
I don't know. I would have to defer to Doug on that.
We referenced it in the sidewalk.
The town's ordinance, if it were applicable, sets a threshold for the requirement of a traffic study, and the volume of traffic that's being proposed voluntarily by the applicant is below that threshold, and it's the same situation for DEP.
So,
And the intersection, as proposed to the town, has been approved by the state
okay.
traffic engineer.
So, how about the rest of you guys? You want to do that? Because if we stay here, we're just gonna take another hour. So let's
I'd like-
get this information, go ahead, Dan.
Well, Al was up there, now that he's not, I did have a question.
Bounce back.
So would you believe, you mentioned that this intersection is approved by the state, so you would believe that it would meet the needs of your applicants' trucks, school buses, and whatever legal trailers can be hauled in and out of there? It's an acceptable intersection as designed?
Correct. It meets the turning radiuses, including the vehicles Mrs. Gallagher indicated. But I can understand from her standpoint, why go south and up the hill to go north? So, yes, it's been designed to accommodate it, but that doesn't mean that's the easiest way for her to get her equipment out of that road, which is why she would like to keep the north end open. Again, I think there may be some discussion at the town staff level as to, is there a way to modify it so that maybe her needs can be met and not requiring her to go south to go north. Again, I think that's a discussion that town staff needs to have, you know.
Right, and as I mentioned, I think that as part of this application, our role is to make the intersection safe, and the others are maybe a nice to have for some people, and a no, I don't want it for other people, such as Ms. Gallagher, but I don't think we necessarily need to consider
Right, but we're not
closing it
even
off.
saying that. What we're saying is it may not even get closed off. So
That's
if
what
it
I'm
doesn't
saying.
get
I
closed
said,
off, she's happy.
I'm saying that we should not consider doing anything with it as part of this application.
I'm good with that. So I'll entertain a motion to table, and under these directives, that Doug, I'm sorry.
So
go ahead.
if, I'm quite sure that what the SAD is going to say is that if both entrances of Foster Hill stay open, they will run buses down the Grove. Or if there are improvements to the Gray Village side, they will run buses down.
Right, and if it was improvements to the Gray Village side, and they left the Lewiston end, the bottom north end,
I don't think they care at that point.
they don't care. Okay,
So-
so what I want to do is get a motion to table, that at this point in time, what you're going to do, what we'd like you to do, okay, is you can work with SAD 15, with Mr. Palmer, Ms. Gallagher, I should say Ms., I guess, Ms. Gallagher, and just have her come in and talk to you, okay? Let's see if we can get it as best we can, and then we'll finish this the next meeting.
So I guess that's where I was headed with this. If those are the last remaining issues, what I would like to do, given the number of people involved with this application and the possibility that there may be some legal fallout from this, whatever the decision may be, putting together a concise motion, presumably with findings of fact. What I'd like to do, if I can bring closure to those two issues, what I would like to do is to draft that and circulate it amongst the stakeholders in anticipation.
I don't see anything wrong with
Okay,
it.
I'm just looking for some direction.
Good idea.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we're all in concurrence.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill's got a
Best
point.
to avoid that.
When is your next meeting?
February.
We don't know,
We got the calendar, right?
Calendar's ready.
but we have a calendar, and we will know in a moment.
At the beginning.
The 2012 dates on this.
Stay tuned.
Ready to go.
But, uh,
What,
9th February.
February 9th.
Unless it snows.
but then we have a certain threshold of snow we have to meet.
True. Okay, can I get a motion,
Do
please?
you want the motion?
I do.
I move that we are going to table this matter until Doug Webster negotiates with SAD 15, which they would like to have that in ink. That fades less than memory.
Doug, you understand this. We need this in writing
In writing. Ink.
from SAD 15.
Okay.
Understood.
And meeting with Goral Palmer and Ms. Gallagher. You had two other directors you were gonna bring up, and that was just one of them. Was it all embedded in that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
I think we should continue with it. So, probably gonna be outvoted, but
What, you
that's fine.
continue with it tonight?
Mhm.
Really?
How can you without the SAD answer?
We haven't come to a resolution on the pedestrian issue.
The bond issue?
And the bond are the two that are still open.
No, Mike.
Our choice is either run a late night or push off the other applicants,
We
or
can't
table
push-
this.
We can't push the other app.
Okay, all right, I'm just,
Well,
Sorry
I'm
to
not
throw a
saying-
wrench, but.
No, but
you know, we're in
Ian,
the
I'm
middle
not
of it.
saying that we can't even discuss that, but we can get, this seems to me be the most contentious point.
Mhm.
I did mention, I think, that when we talked about this, that the board would, we're gonna have to deal with a bond on the road.
Right.
We're gonna have to deal with pedestrian, safety, which is what we're talking about. I
Kind of
mean,
tied to
they-
the SAD 15 issue.
And that is tied to
Okay,
SAD.
fair enough.
Are you for it now?
He can still vote against it. This is
No, that's
prerogative.
fine. How do you feel then? Okay, we're gonna
Yeah,
call for a vote. All those in favor?
Good for you, Dan.
Okay, 4-1. Table, motion table?
I appreciate your thinking. I don't have any.
All those opposed? All those opposed?
We knew he was
Was
opposed.
John too?
John voted for it.
no, I agreed on that.
All right, all right.
Don't take 5 minutes, I gotta go.
John has to leave for 5 minutes. We'll have a 5-minute break.
Until 12:30.
I tried. Damn.
Thank you, Al. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
Well done,
Hope that helps.
Al.
I'm not much of a fan favorite this week, so you might want to settle with that.
About having the list on Sunday? Yes, okay, okay. Do you have it on Sunday? Do you have one? No, I have. You have all the applications? I mean, I've seen that there's been additions to process. I haven't bought them. I don't have a problem getting it, so. Did you, in the last, just minor stuff.
Bunch of little things.
Yes. Did you get that? Oh. Something came, it came from
Yeah.
Michelle.
Oh, no,
Yes,
not at all.
did you get it?
I don't,
It's in that.
no, you had,
Okay. Yeah, you just.
you had the right idea, I
all
just
the
was
kids can
concerned
pop
that
out.
things were shifting,
I will
and
get
I was
you
concerned
or
what
whatever.
neighbor reaction was going
Yeah, it may
to be.
Well, that's, I think. You'll likely be. Yep. Thank you very much. Could you do me a favor? You're so close.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
I know, and I don't like to be so Donna's. We warmed him up for you. Amanda. Oh, yeah. Now, whether Yes, I do.
For the neighbors' benefit, you know, that we're listening.
Isn't this past your bedtime normally?
Yeah, it was already said that about 3 hours ago.
Are these guys having to give you a ride home?
Yeah, actually,
I don't want to do that.
I'll come by the town office tomorrow.
I have opinions. I like to be able to weigh in. So, short answer is no, you're not sure. We'll do. No, we will.
Best thing is, I didn't have to defer to
And it's a good point. We will. We're trying to do everything that we can to make sure everybody's.
We break it.
He had one.
I've been here 14 years. Never been well, those
There's a
guys,
standard
they
policy.
just love it.
Elementary to pick up, secondary, middle school, and high school. They kids have to walk. And that's the rub.
Bill, go to Las Vegas, always roll the dice.
So you don't get away
with case here, all right? I happen to believe that we can prevail if we have kids. I'm planning, I don't even know what I'm voting Sunday. That's what no, I do, I agree. We have a great
Because I mean, the last 3 or 4 all.
Oh, what, I don't, that's what we agree with. We were at a stalemate. We're very close. Remember, the only thing that makes money on the court is the lawyer. You make money, it's all about it. The lawyers make money on the court. Don't be damn.
I missed that. I told you to write down the legal fees. But you didn't do that before. I said write down the legal fees.
Yes.
Well, we got that.
The other thing I said before, which I think is very, maybe even more than that. This house on the house, or back and forth, not agree. These neighbors, and do what they, I'm willing to do. Is start to go over the council heads and go to the voters and change the code, which they can do. I tried to. Nobody's bitching. You're smart. You need to bring it close. You need to understand how much spend it. You need to get it done so that 30 days runs, so that you can go through the year round. On one of these things, one of those 2 nice young women. You know what? I'm going to get off my ass and get to it. I'm going over everybody's head. I'm going to the election. And then I'm sorry about this. And oh, that's the great crap. What citizens now. That's big crap. That's awesome. Oh, absolutely. And you know, those 2 attractive young women get going, talking about the little big roll of the dice. So I said it to you. So try to stay away. More than that. You gotta buy devils by spending another $10,000 for the stuff. You do it, you get this done.
Already got somebody going to run the town council.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Let's rock and roll.
Okay. We're back. John's back. We're ready to go again.
Starting with the gravelers.
Well, go home and go to bed.
Oh, we got it back. Watch this.
Where's the, where is?
New lawyer.
Right here.
These guys in suits are.
Oh, yeah. Okay, item 5B, request by Norway Savings Bank, represented by Northeast Civil Solutions, for a conditional use and a site plan review for retail trade bank located at 129 Shaker Road in a business transitional 1 zoning district as shown on tax map 27, lot 2012. Is the person for Norway here? Apparently so. Good.
I guess I can start, or are you going to do anything?
First of all, you've
Doug?
got to start by giving us your name.
Good
Not
evening.
the profile shot. No, seriously, just get your name. So Nancy's not here, so I don't think you were here. We don't have a recorder. Well, we have a recorder, but she's not here. So she's going to look at this. God bless her. But anyway, she's going to look at this and try to get some kind of a semblance of cohesion or coherence on it. So we need your name and who you're representing.
Yep. Good evening, my name is Lee Allen from Northeast Civil Solutions. I'm joined tonight by Jim Fisher from Northeast Civil Solutions, Bill Bray, our traffic engineer, Brian Scheibels from Norway Savings Bank, and Michael Noble from Norway Savings Bank. Hopefully this group, we can answer all your questions. I believe that we've been through the peer review. There's a few outstanding items, which I believe are all board items that need some feedback from the board. I can go over those very briefly. The outstanding issues are, there's a proposed buffer per section 402.10.13.h. And I believe Doug has distributed a colorful rendering of what the buffers look like, what the encroachments are. It's a 20-foot buffer along Route 26 and a 15-foot buffer from Libby Hill Road. We do not meet the full depth of that buffer for the whole length, but there's language in that regulation that states that if you don't make it, you need some sort of combination of a hedge, a fence, some other means, landscaping to meet that buffer. We have some landscaping, we have some berms along there that we believe meets the intent of the ordinance, and as you can see from the color rendering that Doug passed out, that it's just a very few small portions, I believe it's the pink areas that don't meet the 20-foot setback and the 15-foot setback. We're also requesting a couple of waivers. One has to do with the location of the drive-through. Per the site plan ordinance, drive-throughs are not encouraged, allowed with abutting residential property, but by the business transitional guidelines, it says that you shall have no drive-throughs facing the Route 26 side. So we're kind of stuck in a catch-22. We believe the layout we have with the landscaping that we're proposing provides the safest site circulation as well as buffering between the adjacent residential properties. We also are requesting a waiver for lighting. We meet the lighting requirements on the ground. We meet the lighting requirements at the property. Town of Gray has an ordinance where it says we want you to check the lighting levels at 6 feet off the ground. We do not meet the min to max ratio at the 6 feet off the ground, and it has to do with us lowering the light fixtures to a mounting height of 12 feet. The intensity of the light 6 feet off the ground is higher there. We could eliminate that problem by raising the light fixtures, but then we start spilling over into the residential properties. That wasn't as desirable, so our thought, and I believe it's the thought of the town, is that if we just shrink those down and we keep everything contained on our site, that we're doing the best job possible there. Not to interrupt, there were two conflicting light standards is what happened, and Lee gave me a call, and I think we were all on the same page that, given a choice between raising the fixtures and having more spillover, we felt as though it was the intent of the BT design guidelines to try to minimize the adverse impact of the business in that zone, remembering that the BT came out of the RRA. So in keeping with that spirit, that's where we kind of made the policy call, at least for for the purposes of putting together the application to lower those lights and to decrease the spillover onto adjacent properties.
Let's, we were gonna request 2 waivers. Right. Now, the waivers seem to me might be the sticking point if we don't, do you wanna deal with that first? Get rid of those?
The lighting was one.
And I explained the
And then the
drive-through.
orientation of the building was the second.
Yep. And where that comes in, and the location of the drive-through is a conflict between a specific on-point standard in site plan review as compared to the design guidelines for the BT.
Correct.
Okay, and you concur that we do have the authority to waive?
I do.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that would like to weigh in on this? Well, we're gonna talk first, we're gonna deal with the waivers first, then we'll go back into the rest of it. Is there anybody from the public? Seeing none, I'll close that portion of it. Okay, does anybody on the board have any problems with waiving the 2 things that they're asking for?
I don't.
No.
I think they've made,
No.
All right, then let's entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion to grant the waivers.
I move to grant the waivers.
No. I was just catching up with everybody else.
Did you just say, what did you just say no to?
To the last question that you ignored me on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore it.
I second Jason's motion to approve the 2 waivers.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor? Okay, you've got your waivers. Now, let's continue.
That's all I have. I'd like to turn it over to Jim. He has some items he'd like to speak on as well.
Okay,
At some point, there's a threshold item of the conditional use that we need to
Right.
get through at
Okay.
some point.
Good evening, gentlemen. Jim Fisher from Northeast Civil Solutions, also here with Norway Savings Bank. What I'd like to be able to do is address one of Al's comments as a reviewing engineer, where he had discussed the possibility of the town wishing to have a $6,500 fee in lieu of the sidewalk that we had discussed when I was here before this group just a couple of months ago. We talked briefly about the sidewalk, or a typical requirement for a sidewalk along Libby Hill Road, which we all agreed at that time was not particularly prudent, given the sidewalk to nowhere, the high school traffic being on the other side, or the sidewalk being on the other side of the road, et cetera. We all concurred with that. That was not an issue. One of the things that Al brought up during his engineering review was that he had recommended a $6,500 fee, which is essentially the extent of the amount that a sidewalk would cost along that area, that would be in lieu of any type of construction that Norway Savings Bank would typically give to the town for an escrow account. Doug, correct me if I'm wrong as far as the escrow account, that would then be utilized at some point within the next 5 years to be able to put that to a use for the sidewalk somewhere within a mile or thereabouts of the locust property. $6,500 is not a princely sum, to be sure, relatively speaking. It's more of a principal issue as far as we're concerned. It's certainly not going to be a deal killer as far as we're concerned. However, one of the things that we did want to do, or we wanted to state, is for any of us who know Norway and the various towns in which the branches are coming, they're looking forward to being able to come into Gray, obviously, and they're very magnanimous in what they do with the towns in which they're located. And we have put quite a bit of money on behalf of the town into the intersection improvements, which we're absolutely happy to do. This has to do with the widening of the intersection, the smoothing out of the intersection as far as the bus traffic is concerned, and then actually working on the intersection itself regarding the lighting. The point being there is that we're putting tens of thousands of dollars into that particular area. So what we're asking for, and this is not a waiver per se because it's not an absolute requirement, but what we are asking for is that in lieu of the $6,500, we're putting this money into the intersections, giving the town actually 5 feet of the property right in this section that is our property now that the town will get in fee, and then another 5 feet of width in that same area that we're granting to the town as a perpetual easement. Given all that, we would just like to be able to say, we'd like to be able to put that, well, we're putting the money into the intersection. We'd like not to have to be literally held to that $6,500 fee that would be used somewhere else.
what was the length of the sidewalk? How many feet?
It would extend, it's about 160 feet, I believe.
160 feet?
About that. And it would typically go, had it gone there, it would have gone from the intersection up to the end of the property here.
I assume that's not brick, it's just
Just a sidewalk.
hot top. Well, I mean, brick could be
Well,
just a sidewalk.
no, it would typically be the base and then an asphalt sidewalk.
Right. Do we want to deal with this one now?
I could, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doug, go.
No, I have some background.
Background.
Some ordinance, if the board is interested. I have
We're always
the-
interested, Doug.
There are two sections of the ordinance that come into play here. One is, I don't have to say it, this is in site plan. Site plan must provide for a system of pedestrian ways within the development appropriate to the type and scale development. The system must connect to major development entrances and exits. The pedestrian network may be located either in the street right-of-way or outside the right-of-way in the open space or recreation. The system must be designed to link the project with residential, recreational, and commercial facilities, schools, bus stops, and existing sidewalks in the neighborhood, or, when appropriate, to connect with amenities such as parks or open space or on or adjacent to the site. That's in site plan. And then within the BT guidelines, it says public sidewalks and planted esplanade should be provided within or near the right-of-way on all commercial uses where appropriate to encourage safe pedestrian and bicycle movement parallel to Route 26 and along interior access roads. Facilities should be coordinated with abutting land uses to create interconnections throughout the Route 26 corridor and linkages to surrounding neighborhoods. That's in the BT design guidelines. And as the board probably recalls, there was quite a extensive sidewalk undertaking that went forth with Hannaford. So I think where Al and perhaps the town is coming from, the other side of the coin,
I understand.
is that there is some language on point. And I think the policy question for the board here is it appropriate to, given that Hannaford installed the sidewalk in front of the bank property, is it appropriate for the bank to help further the sidewalk mission, if you will, in that area? And if so, to what degree? That's the question.
Jason wants to weigh in on that.
As Al pointed out, we cannot use precedents of previous
It's the board's call.
points. I mean, I think to get on point, it would be appropriate to have something if it went someplace, I guess. I mean, common sense wise, I think we've got, you know, if you put in the sidewalk, where is it going to be going? Doesn't make any sense at that point. And if they can allocate funds towards intersection versus sidewalks to nowhere.
Built a bridge to nowhere.
Yeah, they did, yes. They did.
Yeah, the intention was to connect up to Spruce Drive,
Yeah.
which was the discussion back when Hannaford was there. That was the link that was never completed.
All right, how'd that work?
Well, Hannaford they put them all along Libby Hill, all the way to the high school and in front of the bank.
Right.
And the final leg that was never completed was the segment to connect the Hannaford side of Route 26 to Spruce Drive to allow kids that are attending those schools to cross the road and safely go at a crosswalk, which is there, and go along the edge of 26 to that residential neighborhood.
That's tied to the bank, how? That's not, I mean, it's the other side, across the road.
Well,
Right.
Hannaford's, well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's up
no,
to the board.
Yeah, no, that's my thought.
But they are apparently giving up something, so, I don't know. Go ahead, John, we're gonna let you talk first here.
Why don't you let me go last?
No, we want you to talk first, John.
No, you don't. No, I'm,
John, come on, it's getting late. Talk.
sidewalk.
Do we wanna require them to put up $6,500 for 160 feet of sidewalk?
Yes.
Or waive it for what they're giving us?
Why are we always negotiating? Since when have we become the negotiators on these deals?
I don't know, but that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I know. And I'm gonna ask that question you hate. Is this legal?
Yeah, it is.
Just gave you the references.
Yeah.
I could hardly hear you down here. It's late, and I've missed Marg Helgenberger on CSI, so now I'm really in trouble.
It's actually cigarettes. Anyway, go ahead. You wanna?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You wanna weigh in?
Sure. I mean, it seems to me that the sidewalks would be more useful and valuable to the town than the fees that they're proposing to give. But that would be my take. I wasn't sure where Jason was. I mean, I agree, it doesn't make sense to put a sidewalk to nowhere, but I didn't hear you say one way or the other whether you think they should contribute to putting them elsewhere in the area.
Yeah, that's my point, but the town agent, at one point, you said you can't have a preceding precedence, make a decision on this one, so we can't say just because Hanford put in sidewalks doesn't mean we should make someone else put in sidewalks. That was one point I was making. The other point is if it's gonna go to Spruce Drive, is it 160 feet to Spruce Drive? It's not a deal killer, but it's also at the point that they've, right from the get-go, met with everybody involved as far as the intersection. They've done due diligence. They've been very cooperative with the town staff and everything else. So I just, rather than have one on site, I think they've kind of put in allocated that time and energy and money elsewhere, but that was kind of where I was getting at that point in time.
Pete?
I'd waive the 6,500.
What are you saying?
I'd waive the 6,500, but.
What are you saying?
I'm really right on the middle on this one.
All right, John?
I don't,
I'm with Dan. I'm gonna let Dan talk.
where are you at?
I don't see any big deal in it one way or the other.
Don, I would make a motion that the $6,500 fee be waived in this case.
I'd second it.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
5-0.
Okay, you
Thank
got your
you.
waiver.
Thank you. Between Lee and I, we'd be happy to answer any other questions, address any other comments.
Well, is there any other, what other issues do we have regarding?
Criteria.
All right, sorry.
The conditional use, it's a kind of a threshold, it's a use item. It's a threshold procedural item. Back when the applicants submitted their formal application, not a sketch plan, but in their formal application dated, in their cover letter dated November 17th that I attached to the planning board memo, they addressed the 7 conditional use criteria. So the policy question for the board is whether or not the board believes the applicants have met the 7 threshold items to be, to allow the conditional use on that property.
If not, they probably shouldn't have been here by now, I'd suspect, my opinion.
I had it on the table at November.
Right, I know, we had it on November, but yeah,
Right.
so it was basically the condition of whether or not we should allow a bank on that property at this point. It was the and it's 7 conditional thresholds.
There's 7, and they address them on page 2. It's attached to the memo.
We've done
I
that,
included a copy of it.
8. I didn't mean to wake you up.
No, I just was reading Doug's memo. I agree that we should waive conditional use requirements.
You can't wait, not to,
Can't wait, we have to accept them.
I
They made
agree
the
we should-
threshold.
I agree we should accept the conditional use requirements.
as I'd recommend, as stated in the applicant's letter dated November 17th.
Yeah, I didn't have that in front of me, sorry.
It's in the,
That's okay, that's okay.
He's got it.
All right, good night.
No, I think, to use the Bill Dale analogy, is late in the game, I thought we were addressed, so I think they did not make the threshold, we did not do due diligence at this point in time, so.
I think we should accept them.
Okay, so you, Doug, agreed that we can now go to approving this and
There should be, procedurally, there should be 3 different motions here. The first is if the board's intention is to approve this. The first is to vote as a separate motion on whether or not the conditional use standards have been met.
Okay, let's start with that.
One, I make a move that the 7 conditional use thresholds have been met. The planning board finds it's submittal material. No, that's just the
Should reference the November 17th.
referencing the November 17th movement that the memo from you that the 7 conditional approval, thresholds of approval have been met to allow Norway Savings Bank to be placed, to get approval on that lot.
Second that.
Close
Any
enough.
more discussion? All in favor? Passes 5-0. Next.
Second is to deem the application complete.
I move that we deem the application to be complete.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? So moved, the application is complete.
And the third is if the board is so inclined, the suggested motion in my memo on page 5? 6, thank you.
John, I move that we approve the request by Norway Savings Bank to construct a 2,800 square foot bank, retail trade at 129 Shaker Road in a BT1 zoning district based on the plan submitted by Northeast Civil Solutions dated November 17th, 2011, revised on January 6th, 2012 per the peer review, sheets 1 through 16, landscaping, lighting plans, L101, L201, and L301 by Garon Turgeon, dated November 8th, 2011, and associated building elevation plans by Platts Associates, dated 2011, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, condition of approval number 1. Number 2, the planning board finds that the submitted materials as revised meet the standards for A, conditional use, B, site plan review, and C, BT design guidelines. Number 3, in granting the approval, the planning board grants 2 waivers. Section 402.10.13.L and Part 4 of the BT design guidelines, subsection entitled Parking Lot Lighting Design Standards regarding measurement of the photometrics. And finally, number 4, the applicant agrees to deed the fee and easement to the town for the portion of land shown on the final plans along Libby Hill Road.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? So moved.
Gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
bank. I can only get my bank.
Okay. Where did Item number 6, A, request by Cynthia and John Fitzpatrick of 168 Shaker Road, represented by Wayne Wood, to amend the subdivision plan of Earl F. and Nancy C. Wilson, approved on August 9th, 1984. Really?
That's my father.
Okay.
It wasn't
Request is
before.
to remove the rear portion of the subdivision lot number 3, Fitzpatrick, located on tax map 20, lot 45-15-2, and transfer it to the abutter, Alan W. Hamilton, who owns, I think that's a misprint, who owns both tax map 20, lots 45-16 and 45-16-1, both lots on tax map. All properties located in the RRA zoning district. Is Mr. Wood here?
I'm going to recuse myself. I've discussed that with Doug, but which may not be necessary about recusing myself from this. He's on there, but it's not about him now, but.
Well,
Yep, you may.
I may, I don't necessarily, apparently I do not have to, from what I
It's my understanding that your father, 20 years, just trying to be, was it 20 years ago? about?
Yeah, 84, yeah.
84, created the subdivision, and at this point, you have no further interest?
I don't, but it's football season. And those people, well, people who are paranoid, they're huddling up talking about him during the football games. So.
All right, go ahead. All right. Oh, you look very familiar. I sort of don't recognize you. Oh, it's the hat, yes.
You hid it in the kitchen.
Yes, sir. Would you like to walk us through whatever it is that you're...
What are we doing?
Pretty simple and straightforward, that the neighbor wants to buy the back portion of this lot, and it's part of a subdivision, so in order to do so, we've got to come to you to get an amendment. Plain and simple.
The intention is to transfer the back portion of the subdivision lot number 3, is it?
Yep. Yes.
To the abutter. And I tried to make it clear in the draft motion on the top of page 8 of the memo that this parcel needs to be merged with other properties owned by Mr. Hamilton, and that this portion, this 1.84 portion, would no longer be part of the subdivision. Those are the two. Excuse me, the test pits weren't submitted. It's conceivable that this lot could be separated off as a separate lot using the current backlot easement provision in the zoning ordinance, but the purpose of the request is to amend the subdivision, and because the necessary materials weren't submitted for this to be a separate lot in that subdivision, and because the intentions are to merge it with the abutting parcel, it didn't make sense to do so at this time.
Correct, because it's intended to be removed from the subdivision and just put with the neighbor's land.
Yep. Merged, yep.
Yep.
So it won't be a separate lot unless it meets applicable zoning standards that are in effect at the time at which this would be its own lot.
So just out of curiosity, all right, there is some sort of provision, maybe not in the revised edition, but I thought there was a provision in there that you can sell to an abutter without any problems.
There's a provision in the state subdivision statute that says that a sale or I think it says transfer.
Transfer to an abutter.
Transfer to an abutter is considered to be exempt for the purposes of subdivision. The legislature has added some additional provisions to that, such as you can't sell it as a separate lot. If you transfer to a abutter, the abutter can't then turn around and sell it as a separate lot. They have to retain it for at least 5 years and so forth. But what's important here is that even if that were the case in this situation, it would not be applicable because the portion of land that's proposed to be transferred to the abutter is shown as part of a previously approved subdivision, and because of that, this is an amendment to the subdivision. What I tried to make clear, in case there's a question umpteen years from now, when I'm no longer here, is the condition number 4, the planning board intends to remove this 1.acre portion transferred to Mr. Hamilton from the Wilson subdivision. I'm trying to have a very clear record as to the intentions of the board and the town at this time, so that if they make this a separate lot in the future, there are no title issues because they can go back to the motion and the notice of decision that accompanies this request for an amendment to an approved subdivision.
Is that a fairly succinct explanation of what you're trying to do?
Very lengthily worded, but yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
He's practicing to be a lawyer.
He's been learning that quite well, yeah.
On your print, this line here, is that going to be the new property line?
Correct.
And is there a pin here that you've turned on, or?
There is currently, yes. The pins are all set.
Oh, the
upon
pins
that
are
line.
already there?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason the line isn't any straighter or is shaped the way it is that's what the Fitzpatricks kind of wanted for a buffer from their house.
That answers
as
my
protection.
question.
Can I assume that there's no issues here? Or John, do you have an issue with it?
No issue.
Dan?
Nope.
Could we have a motion to accept this, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the requested amendment by Cynthia A. Fitzpatrick, 27689/338 CCRD, to the plan entitled Subdivision Plan for Earl F. and Nancy C. Wilson, Route 26, Gray, Maine, dated July 1984, and recorded in the plan book 144, page 15, at the Cumberland County Registry of Deeds, by removing 1.84 acres from lot number 3 and from the Wilson subdivision. The ownership of this 1.84 acre portion shall be transferred to the abutter, Alan W. Hamilton, 7854/262 and 11822/283 CCRD, subject to the following conditions. Standard condition of approval number 1, all applicable previously approved standards and conditions shall remain in effect. Number 3, the 1.84 acre parcel shall be merged with other properties of Mr. Hamilton until necessary requirements are met to be considered a separate lot. And number 4, the planning board intends to remove this 1.84 acre portion transferred to Mr. Hamilton from the Wilson subdivision.
You got all that?
I do.
Got a second?
Second.
Any more questions? Anything? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? So moved. Thank you for coming.
It's been a long fight, yes.
Get out of this.
I know it seems
Oh,
like a
you
lot
don't
of,
get rid of me that quick.
Oh, that, yeah, that's right, you got the next one too. Come on, Jace, you gotta come back.
I know these
Jason,
seem
oh, boy.
like a lot of words, but I have seen many instances when motions are not clear, and title attorneys go back to what the planning board actions
All right,
were,
as-
so
As long as you're happy, there you go.
I think Wayne would back me up on
Okay.
You know what I'm talking
Oh, this ought to be a good one, all right.
It's a vote.
7A, new business, a request for sketch plan by Mike Messer and Tim Wilkinson for an after-the-fact subdivision approval.
Earl, go home.
Earl, I didn't do that, that was your kid, okay? All right, I'm gonna start again, because we got interrupted here. Request for sketch plan by Mike Messer and Tim Wilkinson for an after-the-fact subdivision approval for 11 lots located on Abbey Lane, identified on 3 tax maps. Map 56, lot 22-10, map 61, lots 22-10, 1, 2, 3, and 5. And map 62, lots 22, 10 through 10, 4, 6, and 7, located in the RRA zoning district. Is Mr. Wilkinson present, or are you representing him?
I'm representing,
Got 3 in the
You are,
audience.
okay, very good.
yeah,
Didn't we just, no, that was a few years back we did this.
2001,
My God, how time flies, really.
that long ago.
11 years.
11 years ago.
We got an 11-year road.
All right. Okay, Doug, could you give us an update on exactly what it is we're doing here? Because this isn't the first time this has been here. Or at least something like this.
What happened is the road only, went to the planning board in '01. The final motion for the, August, I think. Final motion for the road approval was in August. Lee Whitney Sullivan made the motion to approve the private street construction plans of Abbey Lane, Tim Wilkinson, Dry Mills Road. Then there were 6 conditions of approval. So the road went to the planning board as a private street for the then in effect street construction ordinance. At that point, there were 7 lots, I think, shown
Shown
on
on that plan, yes.
on that plan. Subsequent to the road being approved by the planning board in '01, There, after much research, there was a subdivision violation, and that for a splitting of a lot that came into effect because of a retroactive change to the subdivision statute that was adopted by the legislature. And the final reason that it's arriving on our doorstep tonight is that the original lot, where the old 1800s, I think it is, it's an old house. What's the name of the original?
Drew?
Drew, thank you. The original Drew house, right on as you're driving in Abbey Lane on the left-hand side. There was a proposal by the current owner of that 4-ish acre lot, not a surveyor, so I can say ish. 4-ish acre lot, to split that lot and sell the rear portion and build a house on it. At that point, it came to the code office. We looked into the number of lots that were created. We identified one previous subdivision violation, and that together with a proposed lot split and the intention to build a house on that, the community development took the position that we would not issue a building permit on that lot until the subdivision violation had been corrected. Subsequent to the memo going out to the planning board, I did meet with Wayne. What we talked about is the applicability of the net residential density. Last we talked, I think we were talking about it using the entire, how many acres is this, 12?
Yeah,
About
20.
20, I knew that. I'm just seeing if you're awake.
I'm awake. It's late in the day. I can still count.
Taking the entire 20 acres and having the entire parcel subject to the net residential density, which is required in the zoning, but looking at a possible 4-lot subdivision because of the 7 lots that were in existence at the time at which the road was approved by the planning board, together with the lots that have already been improved with houses and septic systems and issued occupancies. And so what Wayne and I had talked about was applying the net residential density to the entire 20 acres, but only having it be a 4-lot subdivision because of those lots that A, were on the 01 plan at the time at which that went to the board and were exempt from subdivision at that time and presumably endorsed by the board at that time, together with those lots that already have occupancy permits issued on them.
This is in what zone?
RRA.
Okay. And
Are we sure we have jurisdiction? Because it says approved by the town of Freeport Planning Board on my print.
That was a test to see if you're awake.
He is.
Oh, okay.
You're doing well. You are awake still.
Wayne's such an environmentalist, he recycles.
Yeah.
this is in gray.
It is, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That would be
So-
correct.
It's been there a long time, hasn't it?
The backstory on this too is this was generated in about 15 minutes to meet the submission deadline so that you could have something to look at. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just proposed lots and all that stuff. It would be in a lot more detail, shall we say.
do you have a square footage of each lot here?
I do, and I don't know if I have that one with me. But they say, I apologize for the fact that it's not in more detail that way.
And this is sketch. We're trying to get a read
This is,
from.
yeah, this is sketch plan review, so it will be on the final version. I can tell you off the top of my head that the 2 at the end of the road that are listed as proposed are both 80,000 and change. So is the other one that's proposed at the end of the road.
Yeah, what I'm getting at, Wayne, is all of the lots, proposed or otherwise,
Yes,
well, I assume proposed, right, would have at least 80,000, which is required of it,
Correct.
unless you're trying to go into a,
no, we're not. It's
You're
a
not.
standard subdivision, they're all minimum of
Standard
80,000. Yep,
We're getting a new subdivision within an old subdivision.
and just for
Was that-
some more of the backstory on that, that when the legislature changed the state law on subdivisions in 2001, Normally, when a law is enacted by the legislature, not through emergency provisions, it's passed in June, goes into effect in September, 90 days after the close of the legislature. Generally speaking, that's how they handle them. This one was done as an emergency legislation, effective immediately. What we've got is a transfer of title that took place between the July and the September normal deadline, and that's what triggered this. And everybody was under the impression that, they didn't pay attention to the fact that it was emergency legislation and effective immediately, so.
And whom did it save?
It hasn't been before the planning board as a subdivision until now. Only the road went in '01.
Is that right?
was,
Hey, Peter, we
that
we
was the
did
motion.
this.
Yep.
Is that how that went?
I would have thought so, but.
Check the minutes, that's how it went. 2001 minutes.
Approve the private street.
We weren't on watch.
There's a copy of the plan, I think, yes, I attached a copy of the plan to the memo. It was the last page.
The original plan?
You second.
Yep.
I did?
You missed it.
Right there.
You approved the road without,
Did we recuse ourselves on this?
It was 3-0 vote.
No.
I'll tell you. Yeah, I saw that name earlier.
All right, so.
Ken, you've been in good.
So if you discount if you don't count for subdivision purposes, the lots that were shown in '01, together with those lots
Well, there
that,
were lots there then in '01, so.
but they were,
Sketch plan, right?
but it went to the planning board for private street approval only, and at that point, unless you're gonna go after intent, there were no subdivision violations. So, that's step one. So that if you accept that as, okay, the lots that were on there in '01, and then you look at the lots that were subsequently developed, duly
And
issued.
the ones that were subsequently developed are the ones that are not in compliance?
There was a building,
Which one of these lots?
use names for me, Doug, yeah.
Which one of these lots on here were there under the original 19?
you can compare it. That's right.
He's got it right here.
They're an 8x10 glob.
Right there, exactly. Okay, if you look at, on the last page of my memo, reduced version of what was approved by the planning board in '01.
Okay, so this one, this
Yeah.
one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Well, one was there already.
Right, that's the true one.
So different.
There you go.
The only one that doesn't appear on the '01 plan is the brown lot across the street, other than the proposals of what we're doing. The one that's Christopher Brown, as you come down on the right-hand side of the road, does not appear, I believe, on the 2001 plan.
How did it get carved up into these lots?
So Christopher Brown owned all of that in there?
No,
No, Tim Wilkinson.
Tim Wilkinson owned it all.
There's
It's
what we approved right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Oh, good, there's a picture.
I attach it to the memo and it still doesn't get to people. It's unbelievable.
Come on, Doug, I gave it to you.
I attached it to the memo. I thought
Give him-
I
you can't
had
make
it
him look at it,
covered.
right?
Can't make them look.
All right.
All you can do is
Okay.
move.
How did it get to be this?
We're going 3.
And our feeling was if we're coming back in here to fix a violation, so to speak, then we might as well bring all of it in and get it done all at once, whatever's left to do out here. That's
The-
why you're seeing additional lots at the end of the road, is because if we're gonna come back in here and trouble you with this, we might as well get it all done.
And there was a duly issued, with the then code officer, there was a duly issued building permit, occupancy, septic, the whole thing.
Who's the code guy then?
Paul White.
Who?
Paul White was the one that issued the building permit on that lot, yes.
So I don't think that's fair.
Not that it's
To-
relevant, but yeah.
Well, no, I was just curious.
Yep.
Doesn't
Well-
matter who it was.
I just don't think it's fair to penalize someone who obtained a legitimate building permit for a house and has been there since '01.
I would agree.
It's just not.
Yeah, that's fine. So what do you suggest we do with this, Doug?
I suggest, so if the board endorses that, we're talking about a 4-lot subdivision, which is amending the 01 private way plan. And I don't know, do we have a punch list, Wayne? I don't think we ever got that far.
We didn't get quite that far. We were looking at it being defined as a minor subdivision with the road standards already addressed per that 2001 approval. That kind of pretty much took most of what you normally would be reviewing as a subdivision already out of the picture. The drainage to deal with the road,
The road's
status-
already there.
It's already there.
Yeah.
It's
And planning board signed
been
off.
approved and inspected according to what the laws were at the time. All done. So, having said that, we don't really need to look at that for your review today. Shouldn't have to, I wouldn't think. We need to look at the test pits on the proposed lots to make sure that that all works. Contouring, we were looking at, seems 90% of what you're looking for the contours is the design of a road. What level of information do you want in reference to that? If we need it at all for the purposes of what you're trying to do by reviewing these additional 4 lots. The other one was wetlands, which we don't have yet which we have to have for the density calculation.
Driveway locations, I think.
Driveway
we-
locations.
Trying for the 2 lots at the end to try to not have those off the hammerhead.
Correct.
That's gonna be difficult.
Well, no, you think if you come off right in that 20-foot
30
area,
feet.
to at least get the driveway location specified for the 2 proposed lots at the end of the hammerhead there.
Where, in here?
20-foot area?
Yeah, 30 foot.
Is there any reason why they couldn't come off the hammerhead in this case? I mean,
Well,
Steve?
By God, that
Stevie
is 30
doesn't-
feet.
He still likes hammerheads.
I know, I was just asking Doug if there's any reason why the driveways couldn't come off the hammerheads, because you get so little room there.
Yeah, he doesn't like that.
I think what Wayne and I had talked about conceptually was having the driveway for each of those end lots come off in that 20 to 30-foot space at the end, and at least get like that,
But,
sort of.
I mean, do you have to maintain some sort of a setback from that line?
It still works, though.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Just looked
can,
off
you
the
can can
top.
make it work primarily, your 10-foot setback is designed for a driveway, which I don't think is specified in residential stuff, is designed to keep you away from a neighboring property line. So as long as we stay 10 feet away from the lots in front of the hammerhead, if we aren't quite 10 feet from the right-of-way, so-called, of the turnaround,
Yeah.
is that a problem? No.
So you're suggesting the common line, for instance, between James Quintal and the proposed lot?
I know it changed,
Correct.
yeah.
We would
So
maintain.
it's 30 feet. So if you put a 10-foot road in there, you'd have 10 feet either side to the
Correct.
lines. Right away on the,
Yep.
depending which way you're going, and then the lot line on the other.
Correct.
You could cut that hammerhead 60 right away down to 50, too.
That's correct. We could do that also at this point in time.
I think we want to, because, I mean, normally a driveway is wider than 10 feet.
But even still, the other side of that coin is you're supposed to be 10 feet from a property line, and if your property line is the street line, in this case, that's, I mean, what your intention is for snow removal, well, you're pushing snow from both sides of it into it, so what difference does it make really on that side? However, having said that, moving it back to 10 feet is easy to do, which is what's only required now at 50 feet, not the
Yeah.
60 that we show.
Yeah,
So we can easily move that back and make that a whole lot easier by 10 feet.
absolutely. Yeah, because you're going to really tight there.
So Pete, good thing they changed those ordinances, isn't it?
It'll help Mr. Gray, too.
We were thinking about this when we did that, right?
Way ahead.
He ain't Al Palmer.
What was the other ones we
He's
had
the only
done?
one that thinks ahead.
Here, let me get my notes.
I know Al Palmer, Mr. White.
No issue on site distance.
Well, the road is,
The road's a done deal.
Right.
On the driveways, no.
Qualified people.
There's absolutely no problems with that road for site distance. And if you recall, we paved down, the requirement of the planning board was to actually pave the first 800 feet of that road
Yeah.
for reasons of the slope and everything, so.
yeah,
And
18
that is done, and it's all there.
Yeah. What about site walk?
We've done it. Oh, it's changed changed it, right? It's only been
What are we looking at?
12 years.
That we can't look on paper. It's,
No, I'm just.
How far down is it paved?
He's just asking.
800 feet from.
And where's the
202.
800 feet, roughly?
If you look at it, it's just about the end, about halfway through that Philip McKeel.
So are you planning on paving the rest of it at some point in time here, like in the next 6 months?
No,
Why?
I would say not within the next
in
6
the
months.
next 6 months?
Well, didn't we require you to pave it last time?
You required us to pave the first 800 feet for the slope of that hill.
Right.
That's it. That's
Actually,
all you
the-
required.
The
That's all you
engineer,
wanna do?
That's all we really want to do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
the condition of approval didn't actually say paving. What it said is that the then town engineer needed to sign off on the erosion and sedimentation, and as part of our best guess is, as part of the sign off from the then town engineer to sign off on the erosion and sedimentation, he required the first 800 feet to be paved.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we move to accept the preliminary and have them, with staff, work through the standards for the
For minor subdivision.
minor subdivision, is that correct?
This is just sketch.
Sketch
so
plan review, right.
It's just sketch.
Second.
Any more discussion?
Contours, do anything?
Intertwining a minor subdivision into another one.
We're doing what?
So, when you're creating 4 new lots, calling it a minor subdivision, but it's intertwined with an existing one, basically.
Yeah.
So it ends up being an 11.
It's not an
Couple
existing
that with a legislative emergency session,
Does this-
retroactive, it stops
Well,
the first one.
it's not an amendment.
Does
This is
this
the first time
change-
it's hit planning board
Even if this
subdivision.
were, even if this were a major subdivision, which it would be if it had 11 lots,
Right.
what they're doing still retain, is still
Only
gonna
the
be
lots.
same thing, even though it is technically.
Should probably clarify that. I mean, because only the lots that are,
Still not.
only the.
We're just changing the wording, nothing's changing down there.
But it would be reviewed as a minor subdivision, not a major.
Even if we reviewed it as a major, what would we do?
Nope.
No difference.
The only other thing
Which we
they've
should
got to
probably
do is
clarify.
the roads already there.
But, well, I guess, so my question would be,
How does he get to do that?
does that trigger the road needing to meet a major subdivision, since that's essentially.
The road's out of question.
Road's gonna be-
Is the,
I don't know, is it?
That's
is
a
the road
valid
out
point.
of, the road's out of play here, isn't it?
That's my question.
Is it or isn't it?
Because I understand it, the road's out of play.
Well, I'm asking.
I think the road, where are my notes? Here they are. The road was approved by the planning board in '01,
Or a what?
For what, though?
just as a private way.
Okay, let's try this again. It was approved as a private way to what? How many lots were in the original one? Because there were some lots in there,
There's
correct?
7 lots on the original
7
plan
lots,
that was approved.
6.
Correct.
Even if you wanted to, even if the road standards did come into play with the most recent amendments, because the one lot is accessed from West Gray Road, that leaves 10 lots that are served by this
road.
private way.
Yep.
Which means that it can fall under the minor rural street, the standards for which are 16 feet of a travel way and 2-foot shoulders. It has, the first 800 feet is 18 feet wide of pavement and minimal shoulders, I'd say. I didn't measure them, but
At least 2 feet on each side.
it's,
Oh, yeah.
even if the road did come into play, and again, the road got signed off in '01, so.
The standards are higher
Well,
than.
that's what, I just want to make sure that the road would meet what it currently should be. Sounds like it does.
It's above
Okay.
it, actually.
Okay. So,
I'm good.
So the proposal would be to, if I'm understanding, would be to come back, and this is the first time it's been before the planning board for a subdivision, would be to come back with a minor subdivision for the four
Additional lots.
lots that are A, not developed, and B, were not shown on the
What-
'01 plan.
right. Well, so what we have here is a preliminary approval.
Just sketch, this is a sketch plan.
Sketch plan approval.
Sketch plan.
Okay. We have a sketch plan approval for basically 4 lots.
4 lots, and presumably there will be a note on the face of the plan that says that even though the entire 20 acres is being looked at for net residential density, because that's what the ordinance talks about, within the, we went through it with George, there are only 4 lots that the planning board is signing off on, and only those 4 lots would be the ones with test pits and so forth.
And those are the 4 new lots, the 4 proposed lots.
Yep. And there would be a note very similar to the note that the board put on the Lions Point, where we said, okay, these lots 1 through
Right,
7.
You're gonna get the notes.
All right,
basically.
so
You got those
we have a motion.
Motion for approval.
Do we have a second?
This is just sketch. There's
Yes,
not-
sketch.
there's no motions.
Do we have a
sketch,
second?
Yes, I seconded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor? So moved. Goodbye. See you next time.
I didn't take up a whole lot of your time tonight, see?
Move to adjourn. I second that.
Moved and second to adjourn. All in favor? Meeting adjourned. It is 7 minutes past 11.
Yeah.